Hello all, welcome to Selenium Interview Question 71. In this session, I am going to explain a test automation framework with practical demonstration. So let's get started. You may get this question in the interview where you will be asked to explain your or any of the test automation frameworks you know. So as part of this session, I am going to explain a test automation framework which is built using TestNG, page object model, and page factory design pattern, and also which can generate extent reports and also embed the screenshots into the extent reports. Okay, so that is the framework I am going to choose as part of explaining a framework. Okay, its simple words is a TestNG framework, guys. Okay, that I am going to cover, which is going to be very simple and easy for you to explain in the interviews. Fine. So I have here Eclipse IDE software, okay, which is actually opened in a new workspace, okay, so that I can freshly import the project. You can download this, guys, okay. So what you can do is from my notes, which I'm going to put in the description, okay, you can download download the framework from here. Whatever the framework that I'm going to demonstrate, which you can download from this notes, okay, which is available under this video. Just click here to download. You see, in a while, you'll be taken to this zip file page. Just click on download. The framework project will be downloaded into your machine, into your, by default, into your downloads folder. Okay. Let it download, it's still downloading, guys. Let's wait. So with this framework, I'm going to explain. Okay. So it's better to be more practical and all. I'm going to provide the framework. You can download it from the notes and all those stuff. Okay. So all good. Okay. So you just went to the downloads folder where this zip file got downloaded. Don't extract this zip file, guys. Now open the Eclipse IDE and just click on this file menu and select this import option. Okay. Just select this import option. And here you will see a lot of options. First option is general. Expand the general option. Now select existing projects into workspace. You are importing the existing projects into workspace. Click on next. Then select root directory will come. But the project is available in the form of a zip file. So I have to select archive file. Instead of directory, I have to select archive file. Now click on browse button. So I'll go to the folder, that is downloads folder, where the framework has been downloaded, framework project. Okay. Project containing the framework, TestNG framework has been downloaded. Select that and click on open. Now click on finish. In a while, the project will be imported into your Eclipse IDE. Let's wait. Okay. Updating Maven dependencies. So it may take some time, guys. Okay. So let it complete. Let's all the progress complete here. All the errors go here. Let's wait for that moment. You see here, progress is still going on. It's building. Let's wait for some more time. Almost there. Updating still going. Let's wait. Yeah. So now I don't see anything here. So I can now expand this project. Okay. This project is nothing but a framework, guys. Let me expand everything. Okay. This is when you create this, when I have created this project, guys. Okay. By default, JRE system library came, and also this SRC main Java, SRC test Java came, and this SRC folder came, this target folder came, and this pom.xml file came. Remaining all files didn't come. Okay. So I built the framework, and extra things whatever you see under this src main java, okay, source folders and all those things are created by me. Fine. So let's not let's not dig deep into that. Let's understand the framework directly. Okay. This is a project containing the testng framework, guys. Okay. So first thing that comes to our mind is where you are writing your automation scripts, right? In when you are explaining the framework, you can say that we write our automation scripts under src test java source folder. Okay. Expand this. Here there is a package known as test package. You can draw this, guys. Okay. So if the interviewer asks this question to you, it's not so easy for us to explain everything in words. You can ask for a paper, pen and paper, and then you can list down, okay, the structure of this project and all, that you will get habituated in a while. Okay. First let's focus on the automation tests. Okay. So here is a test package I created under the src test java, where You see, I divided, okay, the automation script based on the functionalities. You see, login related automation scripts are under login. Okay, register functionality. For example, this is the application I have automated. So actually, this is the application I have automated, guys. So in this application, there is a login functionality. The login functionality related automation scripts are written under this login test.java. Okay, originally it was login.java. I just made it to test Java because I want to run using Maven. Okay, that will come later. For now, understand it is as login.java, register.java, search.java. Okay, register functionality is here, guys. Okay, register account and search functionality, as you can see here. This is a search functionality. Okay, so for a sample for explaining this automation framework, I took three functionalities. Okay, I have written the automation scripts for these three uh, functionalities, that is login in login.java, register related automation scripts in register.java, and search functionality related automation scripts in search.java. Okay, let me open one of the Java file here to see how the automation scripts are written inside this file. Okay, so when I open this login.java, the font size is a bit low, guys. Let me increase the font size. Let me click on window and select preferences. Then expand this general, select appearance and expand colors and fonts you select, and then expand the basic here and go here until you see the text font. Click on edit and select 18 as a font. Say okay, apply and apply. Now you can see a bigger font. Okay, this is a bigger font. You see, in this login test.java, there are two methods. Okay, there are two methods: login with valid credential one test case. Okay, which is written in the form of a method, and this is another method. Okay, login with invalid credentials. So related to login, there can be any good number of test cases, like 27, 30 test cases maybe there related to the login functionality. But here as a sample, I created only two methods. Okay, that means only two test cases I automated, guys. You can automate around 27 test cases in this file. Okay, this login test.java, you can provide 27 test cases. If you are up, because why I'm saying 27 exactly is because when I have created the test cases for this login functionality of this particular application, right? Okay, I got 27 test cases. So I'm saying 27. But in your application, you may get more test cases or less number of test cases for login functionality. The application that I'm actually using for automation, I got 27 test cases. So I can create 27 test methods here. So this is a normal method only, but on the top of this method, if you see, there is a @test symbol. Okay, there is a test kind of text is there. This is called as testng annotation. This is coming from testng, guys. Okay, and also beside that, I am providing the priority, guys. If I don't provide the priority, if there are multiple automation scripts here, the test will be executed in alphabetical order. If I have to go technically, they will be executed in a ASCII order. Alphabets can be converted to ASCII numbers. Okay, and they can be compared. So at the lower level, okay, that's what happens. But at a higher level, you can speak them as alphabetical order. This automation scripts will run. Okay, so in the circular brackets, I have provided the priority attribute. Okay, that means this particular automation script will run first, and this automation script will run second. But without you providing @test before this method, this particular method will not become an automation test, guys. Okay, so this is a normal method, guys. It's not a main method. You see, without main method, we are able to run the scripts, but we have to provide @test annotation to convert this method into a automation test method or test method. Inside this method, I am writing the automation scripts. Okay. Inside this methods, I am writing the automation scripts. Now here in this particular login test.java, as a sample, I created only two automation scripts. And here you see, I'm using the page object model. Okay. Homepage is equal to new homepage. You see, I am not, you will not find driver.find element anywhere here, right? The low level code is moved to the page objects. Where are these page objects? For every page, okay, for every page, we created a class. Where are this home page, login page, account page classes created? Okay. So here is the stuff, guys. Under src main Java, I created a package known as page objects where I created while creating the automation scripts based on the requirement. For example, if you have to work on some objects or elements which are placed on the home page, then first I created the homepage.java, guys. Okay, let me go to the homepage.java. Here in the home page, I created a constructor. Okay, this is a process, guys. Okay, this is the page object class. Okay, page object class for home page. The elements that are available, okay, the locators that are available on the home page are provided here. You see my account drop menu, login option. Okay, if I take you to this application, if I am if I am on the home page like this is the home page. Let's say you see my account option is on the home page. So that my account option I represented here, guys. Okay, that my account option I represented here my account drop menu is the option. Okay, so it has been represented using page factory. At the rate find by is from page factory, guys. Okay, so this constructor, whenever you create an object for this homepage class in the test methods here, you see you create an object for the homepage. Homepage is called new homepage, and you are passing the driver here. Okay, you are passing the driver here. The moment you pass the driver here, guys, okay, this driver that you have passed from the automation script will be assigned to this homepage class driver, and you are initializing the all the elements in this page class. Okay, you are initializing all the elements. Okay, all the locators. You see, these are the locators, guys. Okay, search for search button XPath is created for search box field. Name locator is created for login option link text. Okay, with the help of page factory, we are writing like this, and all these elements are made private. You can see all these elements are made private, and here for each and every web element, okay, which is annotated with at the rate find by page factory annotation provided by Selenium. Okay, there is a particular method here. You see, for this my account drop menu, what we generally do with my account drop menu, we generally click on my account drop menu. Okay, we created a method known as click on my account drop menu, and here web element dot click. This click command is from Selenium, guys. Okay, this click command is from Selenium. Now next web element, let's say login option. We select the login option. Okay, after clicking on the my account, let's say after clicking on the my account here, how it is happening in the automation script also you see side by side. First you create an object for the home page driver you are passing. Now say homepage dot click on my account drop menu. Okay, so this will call this method, guys. Okay, click on, and this will click on the web element. Okay, this web element it will click. What is the web element? My account drop menu having this XPath created. To locate and click. Once clicked, what will happen? When my account is clicked, you will get these two options. Now I want to go to the login page, so I have to select the login option. Second element you see is the login, guys. Okay, web element login option. Link text is there. Link text locator is there. I create another method here. You see, click on login option like this. Okay, you can have readable names for the methods. Login option dot click. Okay, the moment I select this login option, what's happening? I'm being taken to the login page. So here I am returning the object of the next page class known as login page class. Okay. So that I don't have to create object again. Simply this method, click on login option will return you the object of the login page. Okay. This just to avoid one more line, additional line, I'm creating like this. Now using the object reference login page, in this login page also same thing, guys. Okay, the elements that are there on the login page, like you see the email address, password, login button are there here. Okay, and you see these three are there here. Okay, let's understand along with this particular test. Okay, login with valid credential test. Okay, so login page dot enter email address. If you go to this enter email address here, there is a method for web elements are there with private and public methods are there. Enter email address. You're passing the email text from here. Okay, from the login test, you are passing the email. Here you are passing the email address. From where this email address is coming? So I don't want to hard code the data. So what I did is this email address, valid email address, I provided inside a package known as resources package. Under that resources package, I created a file known as data.properties file. Here I created all the properties, because tomorrow, if any of this property value changes, if URL changes, I cannot go to each and individual automation script and update the URL, right? I can come to a centralized location like this data.properties and update the URL here. Okay, I can update the URL here. So that's the reason I centralize this URL or browser or valid email, and all this hard coding of data have removed from the automation scripts. Okay, I put that inside the data.properties file. So the properties concept belong to Java, guys. Okay, belong to Java. So here we are simply what we are doing, prop dot get property valid email. This key you will provide. Okay, valid email key you will provide, and you will get the value. You'll get the value, guys. So you'll get the value. Okay. That value is being passed to which method? Enter email address method. Where it is the enter email address method? In the login page dot Java page objects. Okay. So that will be passed here, and email address field dot send keys command of Selenium. Okay. We are entering like that. Now similarly, login page dot enter password. Again, you are getting the valid password from data dot properties file, centralize data. And here login. Finally, I'm clicking on the login button. When I enter the email address correctly and password correctly, 12345, and click on the login button, what will happen? The moment I click on the login button, it will return me an object reference. It will take me to the account page actually. So I created the account page here. You see there is an account page here, account page. The object of the account page will come. So I created this method in this login page in such a way that when someone clicks on the login button, it should return the object of the account page and driver will be passed. Okay, like that I created. So this will be so easy so that you can get the object of the account page. And here I'm doing some test ng assertion, guys. So the purpose of any automation test is to verify the test, whether the test is passing or fail. This is the assertions we generally use for verification, guys. I'm verifying whether we have successfully logged in or not. How can I verify? If you see this edit your account information, one of the option on this option is not available for non-logged in users. Only logged in users can see edit your account information. Okay, I'm just created a method like verify display of edit your account information option. Okay, this will either return true or false. So this should be true, guys. First of all, this should be true. Okay, assert true. Actually, for some other demonstration I made it false. That's okay. This method, okay, this method is will be there on the which page? Account page. Okay, if you go to the account page here in the page objects, account page, you see web element will be there. For that, edit your account information option, web element is created using the page factory and all. Okay, this will load all the elements, okay, when the constructor is called. And here a method is there for this web element saying verify display of edit your account information. It will return either true or false. If this option is displayed command is from Selenium, it will return true. That boolean value we are returning, and that will go to the here. Okay, if it is returning true and we are expecting true, what will happen? The test will pass. Okay, the test will pass. And also, before we go to the home page, we have to open the application URL and all those things, right? That is written in the before method. Okay, the before method is another annotation from testng. Okay, if you have some knowledge of testng, that's all good. Okay, before every test method, this before method will be executed. Here, we are calling initialize browser because initializing browser is required by all the test methods here, all these files here. So what I did is I applied the inheritance concept where I made this one of the all these classes, the child classes of the base class, and in the base class I created this method known as initialize browser. Otherwise, I have to write the code that is there in initialize browser in all the classes. Okay, that's not required. I created a base class as a part of inheritance. In the base class, I created this initialize browser method, and here I created the properties. Okay, properties file I provided because we have to load the properties file before using any of these properties from the properties file. First, I loaded the properties file. Okay, after loading the properties file, then you see in this properties file, whatever the browser that is mentioned, for example, here browser Chrome is mentioned, then what it will do is it will retrieve prop.get property browser. It will retrieve the Chrome browser from the, for now Chrome is mentioned, so Chrome browser will be taken. And here we are checking if in the properties file Chrome is mentioned means Chrome browser will be launched. If in the properties file Firefox is mentioned means Firefox browser. Okay, if Edge is mentioned, Edge browser, and so on. Okay, and here after doing that, we are opening the maximizing the browser and waiting mechanism, implicit waiting mechanism, that is a global waiting mechanism we implemented, and we are returning the driver. The return type of this method will be web driver, guys. Hence, here when you call this initialize browser method, you can directly call this because this is a child class of the base class. The child classes inherit all the properties of the base class, so you can call the methods directly. And this method is returning you the object of the web driver that I am storing into this driver. Okay, public web driver is called driver, like. Okay, now using this driver that we got from the initialize browser, the Chrome browser will be launched maximized. After that, we are opening the application URL. From where we are getting this application URL, the application URL should not be hard coded in the automation scripts. So I have mentioned that application URL in the data.properties file here, and this URL is being retrieved and provided here, and the get method from Selenium will open the application URL. And after that, the test method will run where it will click on my account drop menu, then it will click on the login option, then it will enter the valid email address, valid password, then it will click on the login button, then it will verify whether the user has successfully logged in or not. After that, after method will be called. After every test method, after method will be called where we'll quit the browser, guys. Okay, we'll quit the browser, we'll close the browser. Okay, because the test is completed. Then priority two means this automation test will run second. Again, the same steps are there, almost same steps are there. Again, before method will be called where initialize browser will happen, Chrome browser will open, maximize. Then here get method will open the application URL. Then after that, we'll click on my account drop menu. Okay, so I'll demonstrate the second test. We'll click on my account drop menu. After that, we have to select the login option. After clicking on the login option, it's going to the login page. Object of the login page came. Login page dot enter invalid email address. Okay, here we are. Every time we have to create a new email address. That is not possible because if you use the same email address multiple times due to security reasons, you will get a message saying different warning message saying your account has been locked for 1 hour. Okay, so due to that reasons, we I created another method, guys, okay, which will, when you call that, it will generate a email timestamp, okay. So this method is there in the base class because multiple tests will require this method. If you go to the base.java here, this method is there, generate, okay, using the date, I'm just returning date.toString dot replace at the rate gmail.com, okay. It will generate a new email address every time that I am passing to the enter email address. So a new email address which is not registered yet into the application will be passed. That will be considered as an invalid email address always. And here invalid password also I am reading from the properties file. Invalid password is like this, okay. Valid password is 12345. Invalid password is 12345678890, like that I gave, okay. So and then we have to click on the login button, and this time when you give some invalid email address, okay, this time when you give some invalid email address, I'm just giving some random thing and give some invalid password and click on the login button, you will not get logged in because these are invalid credentials. You'll get a warning message. That warning message need to be verified. Okay. Even instead of hard coding that warning message, I provided that warning message in the data.properties file here. You see invalid credentials warning message. Warning. This particular warning message is coming. No match for email or password. Okay. That I am getting from the properties file. Okay. And verifying with the actual value as login dot retrieve invalid credentials. Okay, this is a method I'm creating on the login page dot under page objects. Okay, where is that retrieve invalid credentials warning message. So here web element is there, web element for locating this warning message, and get text I am getting. This get text belong to Selenium, which will retrieve this particular text and return in the string format because return type is there. And that retrieve text, whether it contains this warning message that is stored in the properties file or not, expected thing or not, we are verifying. And if the warning message is coming, the test will pass. So there are two automation scripts written here. Similar way, we have written automation scripts for other functionality here. For example, register test, the same story. Okay, two automation scripts related to the register, and the page classes related to the register are here. You see, register page like that. Okay, account success page. Okay, these are all coming from, you see, home page, register page, account success page. Okay, home page, register page, account success page. Okay, page objects are here. Okay, we are not only removing the hard coding of the test data. You see, first name is not hard coded. I'm not giving Arun or something here. Okay, last name. We are getting this test data from the properties file here. Okay, I centralize the data in the properties file. Along with that, I removed the low-level implementation of the Selenium, like driver.find element, send keys command, click command, is displayed command, everything into the page object classes. Okay, and at the same time, the script became more readable. And also, the hard coding of the locators is also changed. Tomorrow, if any particular locator on the login page changes, I'll directly go to the login page and modify the locator for uh, login button. For example, login button related locator change, I can modify it here because I know that this particular element will exist in the login page.java under the page objects. Okay, that is the advantage case of centralizing, and that to centralizing in a single file is not suggestible here for page objects, because there will be thousands of locators, and providing them in a single Java file is not good. So that's where page object model design pattern came into picture, where individual page elements on the individual pages has to be created under the respective pages, and the methods for their operation on the pages should be created inside the same classes. Okay, like that we created and created the automation scripts. Register also is there, and search functionality related automation scripts are there. At the rate test, at the rate test, at the rate test. Before every test, this before method will be running, and after every test, after test method will be running. The scripts are running somehow. I clicked on some button, it seems. Okay. So here for sample, I created three functionalities. So you can automate the entire application. That's up to you guys. Okay. But here I cannot automate the entire application, right? So I automated only the three functionalities here. Next thing is base class. You understood everything. What else is there in the base class? Okay. That's fine about the base class for now. And here, what I wanted to do next was, uh, I want to run all these three automation Java files as a batch. That means here in login test, there are two automation scripts, two test method automation scripts. In register, you have two test automation scripts. And here in search, you have three automation scripts. 3 plus 2 plus 2, 7 automation scripts are there. If I want to run all these three things together, what I did is I created this testng.xml file here, guys. Okay. In the testng.xml file, okay, if you open, like, if the testng.xml file opens like this, you just click on the source, it will give you the XML content. Here in the testng.xml file, here three classes are mentioned. You see, login, register, and what is the order? First register, then login, then search. That means when I run this testng.xml file, individually I can run the automation scripts, guys. If I say right click run as testng test, only the automation script related to login test will run. If I right click and run as register test, only the automation scripts related to the restart test will run. If I right click run a search test, only the automations relate, three automation scripts related to such test will run. If I want to run all the automation scripts across all these Java files, then I have to create the testng.xml files and provide the order in which these individual Java files need to be executed. First, register related automation scripts should run, then login related, then search related. And if you go individually again in the login, we have provided the priorities. In the register again, we provided the priority for the automation scripts. Okay, in the register also priority one, priority two are there. In search also you see three tests, three automation tests are there provided with the priority. So based on this priority only, the control flow will happen of the automation scripts. Okay, first class level, then automation script level priorities. Everything is this is the order in which the test will be executed. Okay, and individually again based on priority internally it will be executed. Total 7 tests guys need to be executed. Okay, I can run them using the testng.xml file if I want to run them together. Okay, if I right click and say run as testng suite. Okay, here testng test option is coming for this individual test. Here testng suite. 7 automation scripts need to run, guys. Okay, one by one. 7 automation scripts need to be run one by one. Uh, this is the first time demonstration I'm doing on this framework. This application is a dummy application, guys. So this may not load properly. Just press enter here, guys. Don't do this on real applications. Just for the demo purpose, I use this application. The application actually stuck sometimes. Okay, sometimes it works fine. Sometimes the pages doesn't load in this application, but just as a workaround, you have to press enter until the page loads properly. Otherwise, it will waste a lot of your time. You see, this automation test has run directly. Only if the page is loading, you just have to press enter. Otherwise, you can keep seeing what is happening on the screen. Okay, all the automation scripts are running, guys. This one is loading. It will take time. Just press enter. What about this one? This one has done. Then this one is also done. So all the 7 automation scripts, okay, 2 plus 2 plus 3, that is total 7 automation scripts have run. And we have run using testng here. Total 7 has passed, nothing got failed. And also we have the testng results tab where you can see, you see under this register test 2 automation scripts have run, under the login test 2 automation scripts have run, under search test all the 3 automation scripts have run, and all the 7 has got passed. And along with that, you know, in this particular framework, we implemented a uh, report known as extend report. Okay, so report will be here, guys. Okay, reports will be here. So let me open the extend report. Otherwise, I'll delete this report, guys, because and also I'll delete the screenshot here. Okay, I'll show you some demonstration about this framework. The screenshots, the taken screenshots will be taken here, and the reports will be conducted here. First, let's go with the screenshots, guys. Okay, so I want to take the screenshots only for the failed test. Okay, I want to take the screenshots only for the failed test. But here all the tests are passing. So when all the tests are passing, no screenshots will come. You just see here, if I run this testng.xml file, all the 7 tests will fail and no screenshots will be taken. In this particular project framework, the screenshot will not be taken if all the automation tests in this 3 files are passing. Okay, let's run them again. All the 7 automation scripts will run and you will not get any screenshots because none of the automation script fails. All the automation scripts passes. So no screenshot will be taken for the passed tests. I've written the framework in such a way that the screenshot should only be taken for the failed tests. Okay, that's the thing. First, I want to prove that if all the automation tests are passing, no screenshot will be taken. That's what is my intention. Okay, so how many are there? Maybe 6th or 7th one this is. Let's see if it is taking time. Just press enter, guys, for this application only, not your application. All the 7 automation tests got passed. If you refresh the screenshots folder here, if you refresh the screenshot, you see no screenshots has been taken. And if I refresh the reports here, I'll get extend report here. Okay, this is an advanced report, guys. How the extend report is coming here? For that, guys, again, I created a package known as utilities under SRC main Java. Okay, I created a package known as utilities. This is a third party kind of thing. So extend report is a third party kind of thing. So I put this extend report under utilities, logs, extend reports, everything you can put under utilities, guys. So for now, extend reports I provided. This extend report, you see, it has a mechanism of taking the screenshots. Okay, so sorry, it has a mechanism of taking generating the report. It generates the report, and using this extend report, along with this, I implemented listeners class. Okay, I created something known as listeners package here, which will listen to our automation scripts. And you see, on test starting, what's happening is from this extend report, I'm calling this. First of all, here you see, first I'm just calling this guest extend report method. I'm getting an object reference of this okay, because it is static, so I have to call it with the class name. If you see the extend reporter.java here, okay, this is a static method. So extend reporter dot get extend report I need to mention in the listeners class, okay, and this will result the object of the extend reports. Now that using that object reference, I am creating the test in on test start. All the steps related to extend report, guys. Extend test object will come, and then on test success, we'll log the status as status pass in the extend reports. On failure, what we are doing, just see, guys, okay, we are failing the test in the in the extent report. This line will fail the test in the extent report, not in the framework, okay. It will fail the test in the extent report, it will fail. And here also at same time, we are actually taking a screenshot, okay. If a particular test fails, this particular method of the listeners class will automatically get involved. Any of the automation scripts in this test fails, this listeners class methods will be automatically invoked. And here you see, we are taking a screenshot. Okay, we are taking the screenshot. Not only taking the screenshot, guys, that particular screenshot we are embedding in the extent report also. Okay, here the code has been written. I cannot demonstrate each and everything for you, but at a high level, I'm explaining the framework for you. Okay, here there is a code for taking the screenshot. This take screenshot method is in the base class again. Okay, if you go to the base class here, guys, the three methods: initialize browser, generate email new email timestamp, and other one is take screenshot, which will give you the screenshot file path. And using the screenshot file path, we are attaching that screenshot into the extent report. Okay, so a lot of connections are there, guys. Okay, a lot of connections are there. So this my listeners class to be connected with test methods in the testng.xml file, I added this listener tags. Okay, without this listener tags, this my listeners will not listen to the test methods. When test fails, automatically on test failure will be invoked. When test starts, automatically on test start method will be invoked. Okay, and the respective action will be taken. These actions are reflected in the extent reports, guys. Okay, already an extent report has been generated with the help of this code. Right click, open with web browser. You see extent report has come. All the 7 tests got passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see, it got marked as pass and test passed. Okay. In the listeners class, whatever you gave, the listeners class, if you go to the listeners class, whatever you give, test pass is a message you give, and the log you status, you mentioned status as pass, so pass and test pass is coming. But for failure, nothing got failed, so I screenshot has not been taken. Screenshot has been taken, it has been taken and provided under the screenshots folder. And not only that, the screenshot would have been embedded into the extent reports. Okay, and also if you see the this extent report, guys, you see this is the name of the extent report file and this is the title of the extent report. Okay, this name and title are provided in this file, guys. Okay, here under utilities in the extent reporter, we have written the code like set report name. Okay, so here whatever the name you give, tutorials ninja automation results, that is coming on the here. Okay, and at same time, whatever the title you gave, tutorial ninja automation test results, okay, that is coming on the title. Okay, test results is coming on the title. Okay, like that. And also I provided some extra information here, like operating system is Windows 11, because my operating system is Windows 11. I'm executing, so my executed by Arun Motor. I have these details are coming also in the extent report, guys. If you go to the last one, scroll down here, you see operating system Windows 11 executed by Arun Motor. All these kind of things are there. Extra additional reports are details are coming. If no tests are failed, only two tabs will come. If any test is failing, a bug kind of tab also will come here. Since everything is passing, the report will look like this. Okay. So there is more in the report anyhow. Let's not go into the report in depth. Okay. Anyhow, I shared the project with you containing the framework. You can explore by yourself with whatever the explanation I am giving. So let's now try to intentionally fail any test, guys. So here all the automation scripts are passing, but here instead of expecting true, I am expecting false, guys. Okay, I'm expecting false. So in this case, if I run this testng.xml file, right click, run as testng suite here, all the 7 automation scripts will run, and for the fail test, the login with valid credentials failed test will fail with only one test will fail, remaining all will pass, guys. Okay, for that failed test, screenshot will be taken. For that failed test, the screenshot will be taken. And I'll show you the screenshot, and also I'll show you how the screenshot is getting embedded in the extent reports also, okay, as part of this framework. So guys, in interviews, basically, if you get this question like explain your framework, means better draw the project and src main java page objects, and you just provide some sample things under resources utilities, and just mention explain each and every file here, guys. That's enough. Okay. Okay, the way, because I am very flexible with this framework and all, I just followed an order. If it is not possible for you to follow an order, you can follow any order. From top to bottom you can start explaining, and because you can remember in top to order, right? This framework is before you, so you should be able to understand this. Okay. So six test passed and one test failed. For that failed test, you'll get a screenshot here. Refresh this, you'll get a screenshot. You see, open this in internet web browser. You'll get the screenshot here. You see, here is a place where the test got failed. It is saying. Now refresh this reports folder also. And now let's see the reports folder. One of the tests is failing or not. Okay, web browser, and see you see one of the tests is failing. And just for the failed test, you see, apart from this messages and all, you are getting a screenshot embedded in the reports itself. In the report itself, we are getting the screenshot. You see bug tab is coming because one of the failed tests got failed, and you can navigate from here to the here again. And here you see one test failed and remaining six tests passed, and six tests passed, one test failed. These are log events and all the stuff, timeline, how much time it took for executing all the tests, and all these details, extra details. Okay, when it started, when the execution completed, everything is there here. Okay, this is a very advanced report. You can say extent report is an advanced report. So real time we generally don't use TestNG reports or Maven Surefire plugin reports, or such kind of low level reports we generally don't use. We use advanced reports like extent reports, etc. Okay, so you can mention that in our project we were using extent reports, and we have embedded the screenshot in the all those stuff you can mention. And for more practice, okay, for more confidence, right, you can just go through this framework, reverse engineer this framework and understand, guys. Okay, a lot of things are there as part of this framework, and try to replicate this, try to create automation scripts for any other automation scripts so that you'll get confident. Okay, here login register search is there. You try to automate any other scenario or functionality from the tutorials in the application, and you will get confidence in this particular framework automatically. Okay, you remove the hard coding of the data. You provide respective page objects. Okay, extent reporter is already there. Any reusable methods across multiple classes. Okay, using inheritance concept, you will put on the base class. Listeners methods will listen to the, okay, listeners methods has to implement the itest listener and has to extend base class. Okay, because there are some methods we have to call and all those stuff. Okay, let's not go deep. Let's not dig deep. Reports will be created here. This folder I have created, the screenshots folder I have created. Okay, all those stuff. And this is a pom.xml file. This is a pom.xml file, guys. Okay, where we put all the dependencies, because when you create this Maven project, this is a Maven project, guys. First of all, this is a Maven project. It's not a normal traditional project. Maven project makes your downloading of this required libraries easy. When you create this Maven project, by default, it comes with the Java library, but it doesn't come with the TestNG library. All this, okay, all these dependencies you have provided under the dependencies tags of pom.xml file. You see, you will get these dependencies from MVN repository. So here, WebDriver Manager dependency. Okay, you don't have to download driver.exe files for each and every browser. WebDriver Manager will take care of that. Okay, automatically. According to the latest browser version, it will get the driver. And Selenium jar files. Without this, you will not get the Selenium commands like click, send keys. You will not be able to use easy spread, etc. And here you see extent reports related libraries also there. Okay, these are the external libraries that we have added to the project. And by default, when you created the project, by default, you got the Java library inbuilt. Okay. So anything else is left out? I think I covered everything, guys. Okay, I covered everything. So you can run this using testng.xml file, or you can run using Maven also. Right click run as a Maven test, because that's the reason I'm providing. If you don't provide test keyword here, Maven will not run any of these Java files. Okay, Maven will ignore these Java files if the test keyword is not provided in this file names. Either before or after the test keyword should be provided. That's one of the prerequisite. Another prerequisite is in pom.xml file for the here there are one way is to run the automation scripts using TestNG. Okay, TestNG suite and whatever the classes are mentioned in the TestNG, they will be executed. That is one way. Second way, we can run them using the Maven, guys. Maven. For Maven, the file name should be either starting or ending with the test keyword. And second condition is here plugin section is there in the pom.xml file. The plugins, there should be Maven Surefire plugin. Okay, there should be a plugin known as Maven Surefire plugin. Okay, without this plugin also, the scripts will not be executed. Okay, the scripts will not be executed. Okay, once this test keyword is there in the Java files, and also this plugin is there in the pom.xml file. Now right click on the project and select run as and select Maven test. Okay, if you do that, all this Java files which are having the test keyword will be executed, guys. Okay, the Java files which are doesn't having the test keyword, you see account page, all this doesn't have the test keyword, they will not be executed. Only these three files will be executed. Okay, that's the reason Maven is asking you to put test keyword anywhere in this file name. Okay, yeah, the script's running or no? There's the problem here. Right click again, say run as Maven test. Let's see. Okay, there is a problem here. Earlier it was working, now it's not working. Fatal error, illegal access, some Lombok related dependency. Sometimes what happens is when you try to run the scripts using Maven, right, it will require Lombok dependency. Okay, sometimes it will work, sometimes it will not work. Go to pom.xml file, guys. Okay, in this framework, let's add the dependency tags for Lombok. Okay, sometimes it happens when you run with Maven, it may not work. Means if you are getting Lombok, means just add the dependency tags for Lombok. Just go to MVN repository, and I copied that Lombok text. I just paste it here and search. You'll get the Lombok related project Lombok. Take the latest version, copy the dependency, go to the framework and add the dependency tags here for the Lombok. Okay. This is the only thing, guys, nothing much. Okay. So now after that, save that. Once you save that, you see the libraries for the Lombok will be added under Maven dependencies somewhere here. Somewhere Lombok will be there. Okay, you see Lombok has been added, automatically downloaded. That is what is the advantage of the Maven projects, guys. Okay, automatically they'll download the jar files and automatically configure the jar files in your project for you. Now right click on the project and say run as and say Maven test. This time it should work, guys. This time it should work because Lombok thing we have solved it. So we should not get any error and all the 7 automation scripts should run. You see the test started executing. Don't worry about the red color things. It's common to get that red color things. So the tests are running. All the 7 tests will run. One test will fail anyhow. You already know that because I didn't change that to fail to pass. Asset true, asset false to asset true. I have to change it back for that to work, for that to get passed. Otherwise, it will still fail until we change it back. Using using Maven, we are running the automation scripts, guys. Okay, we are not using testng. Okay, that is using pom.xml file. It's happening. Actual running is happening using pom.xml file. Maven actually uses pom.xml file to run the automation scripts. Okay, so one failed. We know that. That's why build failure came. That's okay, and the same thing, the same story repeats. And also without Eclipse ID, also using Maven, right? Or another advantage is I don't have to. Okay, I don't have to have the Eclipse ID. Without Eclipse ID also I can run this project. Okay, I'll go to the properties and go to the location where the project is available in my machine. This is the project, guys, and project folder. Open this project folder here. Pom.xml file is visible. Now I'll close Eclipse ID here. Close Eclipse ID here, and here I'll provide cmd, and here I'll give a command known as mvn test. Okay, so for this command to work, guys, before that you have to download Maven into your machine. Okay, you see in my C drive, I have downloaded a Maven and extracted that and provided here. Okay, from the Maven website, you can download this zip file and extract that and provide this folder containing the bin folder, etc. here, and configure that in the way you configure the Java in environment variables, right? Like Java underscore home. So Maven underscore home and give the path of the Maven. So then only this particular method will work. Okay, assuming that you already know all this stuff, I'm just taking care here. The another advantage of Maven is that you don't need Eclipse IDE, guys. You just type mvn test here from the command line. Okay, with the help of this project in your computer, you can run the automation scripts. You see all the automation scripts will run. All the 7 automation scripts will run here. Okay, again one will fail anyhow because we have intentionally failed one of the automation script. Okay, so if any application is taking page is taking time, just press enter here for demonstration. While demonstration in real time, you should not do that. Okay, second has run. Only one will fail, 6 will pass. Okay, so this is all about the framework, guys. Okay, explain as much as you can. Okay, so that you can express your knowledge. This is an advantage when someone asks you explain your framework. Okay, you should show your knowledge there. Okay, So this is how the structure there, and I can do this, do that, and all those stuff you have to explain, keep explaining. Okay. The more you explain, more the confidence the interviewer will get from your answer. Okay. You see, six will pass and one will fail anyhow. Okay, that is expected. Okay. 7, you see, one failure, six remaining, six passed. Okay, that's it. Done, guys. With this note, I have successfully explained and practically demonstrated a test automation framework, that is test engine test automation framework. You can also use this thing in the interviews. Like if you get this question in the interviews, you can answer the same thing. And I have given this framework for you so that you can practice and get some confidence on this framework. Okay. So if you want to know like how to create the framework from scratch, and this is not the place, guys. Okay, this is only for explaining the framework. Okay, how to explain the framework. But if you want to create the framework from scratch, refer my other course, where Selenium Java course. Okay, where in my Selenium Java courses of mine, I just demonstrated how to create the frameworks. Okay, how to create this framework also I demonstrated. If you want a bit more confidence, you can watch those videos on creating the framework. Okay, in my other courses of Selenium Java. Okay. So, and with this note, guys, let's wind up this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another Selenium interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye.
Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 72. That is, what are popular Selenium test automation frameworks that are available in the market? There are several automation frameworks for Selenium that are available in the market. They are data-driven framework, keyword-driven framework, and we have other hybrid frameworks. Okay, several hybrid frameworks. So out of all these frameworks, which one are the popular ones? Which one are mostly used in the market? Let me explain. So we have these three most popular Selenium test automation frameworks available in the market. The first one is data-driven framework. Okay, when your data is driving your automation tests, multiple sets of data are running the same tests. Okay, that many types of data that is available. That is that framework which is supporting that kind of structure. That is data-driven testing structure is called as data-driven framework, which is a popular one in the market. Then we have TestNG hybrid framework is okay. Hybrid means what? It's a combination of data-driven framework and other things, other framework things. Okay, not just data-driven, but general framework and data-driven framework together. If required, keyword also together is called as hybrid framework. But nowadays, no one is using keyword-driven. Okay, keyword-driven is not popular. So generally, hybrid means data-driven keyword and general framework. Okay, which is implemented using some TestNG, page object model, page factory, and so on. Okay, but here I'm I'm removing that keyword driven because in the market no one is using keyword driven framework, guys. There is no need to learn keyword driven framework at all. Okay, so this is TestNG hybrid second framework. Apart from the data driven framework, we have the second popular Selenium automation framework is TestNG hybrid framework, which uses page object model and page factory design patterns also. Okay, it's a TestNG hybrid framework with page object model and page factory design patterns. This is one of the popular, okay, Selenium test automation frameworks which are used in the market. And third framework which is popularly used for Selenium as part of test automation frameworks is Cucumber hybrid framework is okay. Cucumber for BDD, behavior driven development. We have this Cucumber hybrid framework, guys, which also includes this stuff like page object model, page factory, design patterns, guys. Okay, which also includes this page object model, which also uses a page object model, page factory. Okay, it's a Cucumber hybrid framework, guys, which is also popular in the market. It includes data driven general framework concepts, including this design patterns. That's why we are calling that as hybrid. Okay, but here Cucumber is the term. Here this is also hybrid framework, but TestNG is the term. Okay, this is data-driven framework. This is hybrid framework, but TestNG hybrid framework. This one is Cucumber hybrid framework. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what are the popular Selenium test automation frameworks available in the market? There are three popular Selenium test automation frameworks available in the market. The first one is data-driven framework. Second one is first one is data-driven framework. Second one is TestNG hybrid framework with page object model and page factory design patterns. And Cucumber hybrid framework, with page object model and page factory design patterns. Okay, these are the three popular frameworks available in the market for Selenium. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 73. That is, why we have to create and use test automation frameworks. So let's get started. Simple guys, why test automation frameworks, right? So let me explain. So here is the map, as you can see, which explains what is the purpose of the frameworks and why we have to create test automation frameworks. Okay, whether it may be Selenium automation tool or any other automation tool, we generally use different frameworks, guys. Okay, but why the frameworks are required and what exactly is a framework and what are the advantages we get by using this or creating this test automation frameworks for automation, test automation, all these things I'm going to cover now. The first thing is, what is a framework? Okay, before understanding why framework, we need to first understand what exactly is a framework. Framework is nothing but a set of rules or best practices followed in the project to get the desired or better results. Okay, a set of rules and regulations or best practices which are followed in the project to get the better or desired results is nothing but a framework. Let me explain with a real world example first, okay? Before understanding how it makes sense, okay? The framework sense in the automation, I'll tell you one thing, one real world example I'll give you. Let's say someone is taking a session, okay? So someone is taking a session, a trainer is there, a trainer is taking a session and to this session, there is space here where all the students are sitting there. Okay, different students have attended this session. So like this, different people have attended the session. But the problem with this trainer was the trainer was not giving proper instructions. Just before the session starts, the trainer has not given proper instructions. He or she has directly started the session. So where the trainer has not given any he has not specified, he or she has not specified any rules, regulations, best practice, nothing is specified. Simply, the students have come and the trainer was training it better only, but the problem is the students were creating the mess. Okay. So that first thing is that the trainer has not specified the time when the session will start. So out of these 9 people, let's say some 3 people came on time, remaining 6 people have not come in on time because the trainer has not given a strict instructions that you are not allowed if you don't come on time. Like that instruction is not given. There's no particular, right? Rules and regulations are there in the session. So few of the people came and few people came late because it's not compulsory. Okay. And next thing is that trainer has not mentioned to carry a book. So few of these people have carried the books and remaining all guys have not carried the books and books and pen and all whatever they have carried, they have not carried. Another rule the trainer has not given. Okay. Maybe other rules like you see, switch off your mobile phones. This one has not mentioned. This particular rule is not mentioned by the trainer. So everyone kept their phones, right? They were the phones were keeping ringing in the class during the session, and trainer was getting distracted. Okay, because of the rings and all. A lot of disturbance was there in the class. Okay, and if someone due to some emergency or some urgency they have to go outside the session, they were disturbing the trainer saying that, sir, can I go outside? Okay. Okay, sir or madam, can I go outside? Like that, they are disturbing. So the trainer has not given a specific instruction that if you have anything to go outside and come, just go by yourself and come back. Okay, you don't have to disturb me like that. The trainer has not given instructions. Because of this, what is the problem? The session will go on, guys. No problem. Still, the trainer will be able to handle the session. But the problem is the session will not happen in a better way. The session will not give better results, or the expected way the session will not happen because all these rules are not mentioned during before the session. Okay, what if the another trainer is there and this trainer is very clever that before the session has started, this trainer has instructed all the students who are going to attend this session to come on time and to carry a pen and paper. Okay, to switch off their to right to mute their mobile phones, to make their mobile phones silent and none of the phones should ring during the session. If they have anything for 2 or 3 minutes, they want to go outside and come. Okay, you don't have to disturb the entire class. Like that, all the rules were mentioned here. All the rules were given properly by the instructor, and here the session went well. Okay, when compared to this side session, this session didn't went well, but this session has went well because the all the participants were following the rules and regulations given by this trainer. Okay, so this is how it looks. The same thing can be applied to the projects, guys. So in case of projects, if you're not using any rules, this kind of problems will come. Okay, the automation will be done in the projects, but problem is we'll not get the better results. Okay, desired results will not get. Maybe the automation scripts will take a lot of time, and the we have to write lengthy codes. A lot of problems will be there if the rules and regulations or best practices are not followed while creating the framework for these projects. Okay, this side, if you are using a project and creating a proper framework for this project or with all rules and best practices and regulations, then what happens? This framework will effectively and efficiently will give you better results. Okay, desired results in desired time and all. Okay, with smart work and all, will get better results. This is what is a framework is. Okay, this what exactly is a framework. Framework consists of a several set of rules and regulations or best practices. Okay, so that the project will give you the desired results. Okay, the automation test automation projects will give you the desired results. Okay, better results. So if you have a better framework designed for a project, these are the type of the advantages. Okay, I'm going to explain this in a practical way, guys. I will, for each and every advantage, I'll show you the practical automation framework here and show you this, explain these advantages to you. First advantage is reusability of code, guys. Okay, the first advantage we get with a framework is better built framework with better rules and best practices is reusability of the code. For example, here if you see this project, a lot of code has been reused, guys. Okay, so for example, here there is a common utils .java is there. If someone has to generate a email timestamp, okay, in multiple, for example, here in the login.java, I'm calling this method, guys. You see somewhere here I will be calling the method. Get email with timestamp method is there. I don't have to write all these lines of code. Okay, I don't have to implement this logic, guys. Here simply I'm calling this method, and not only in the login.java, guys, the same method is called in the register.java also. As you can see somewhere in the automation scripts, I need to call this the register.java, another Java file also. You see get email with timestamp is called. So we are reusing this code instead of writing this basic code again and again in our automation scripts. Here this method is calling this method, and here also we are calling the method. So simply the generation of the timestamp will happen. Okay, this is only one example I'm giving for reusability, guys. There are many examples I can give. Okay, for reusability. Okay, in this framework there are many things that can be reused. Okay, fine. Here element utils are also there. All these methods are reused. Okay, so they are called internally. I'll tell you all the details. Okay, so first of all, that is a reusability, guys. Not only this reusability, but other level of reusability is also possible. Okay, so instead of writing the same code and again in multiple Java files and or okay wherever it is possible, instead of doing that, we'll put that all this code into a particular method and call that method. Thereby, framework will enhance that. Okay, in frameworks we generally put the code reusable code into one of the method and call that whenever that is required, which enhances that we don't have to write the code again and again. Guys, duplication of the code will be avoided because of this functionality. Okay, because of this advantage of this framework. Okay, then reduce maintenance, guys. Okay, reduce maintenance means what? So you see, so there may you see the things will keep on changing, right? The application URL may change, the browser on which we want to run the automation scripts may change. Okay, so some data may change, like username, password, such kind of data may change, and also these locators, XPath expression, CS selectors, ID, whatever the locators are with objects or locators we generally call, right? Those things also may change. Okay, due to some XYZ development, the locators also may change. So if these locators or this data keeps on changing, what happens is every time we have to go to our project and we have to go to the necessary files and update those data, right? Update the, for example, if the URL has changed, I have to go to the individual login.java and provide the URL here. Okay, so provide the URL. User navigates to login page is there. Home page is coming here. Click on my account. So you see, it's kind of a different thing now. Anyhow, we have the things my hooks. If you go to the my hooks here, you see the URL is not hard coded here. If you see in this my hooks driver.get, in this I have not provided the hard coded URL because I know that tomorrow if the URL changes, I have to go here and there and update the URL. That will increase the maintenance, guys. Okay, that will increase the maintenance. Okay, if the URL keeps on updating, I cannot go to individual files and update the URL here for each and every test. Or if the browser on which we have to run the automation scripts changes, I cannot go to the individual test and modify the browser. What I'm doing, I'm reducing the maintenance. Okay, even locators also, guys. Locators. Okay, in our automation scripts, there will be a lot of locators, right? So here I'm also on, kind of removing the hard coding of the locators also. Nowhere I have the locators available. You see, in this automation scripts, you will not see by.id, by.xpath will not be there. They are moved to another place, okay? A centralized place. This data and locators are moved to centralized place. For example, test data is moved to this, for example, configuration, high level test data is moved to config.properties file. You see where I provided browser is equal to Chrome and URL is equal to this one. So this file will be accessed by complete project, guys. Okay. So whenever the URL changes, the client changes the URL, okay, gives a new URL for testing. You simply have to come to this config.properties file and you don't have to touch any of these test files, okay, test automation scripts, and simply change the URL in this config.properties file. Now, these properties are centralized, guys, for all the automation scripts. Similarly, browser on which you want to run the automation scripts and many other configurations are also possible, guys. So sample test data I showed you where, you reduce the maintenance. Without touching the automation scripts, we are simply going to the individual required centralized files like properties files, etc. And we are updating the data there and entire project will refer the data from there. Okay, this is how we are reducing the maintenance. If tomorrow if something changes, we don't have to disturb the entire project. We simply go to this kind of centralized files and modify the data. Okay, and locators also same thing as locators. Here in this framework, we are following the page object model, page factory pattern, guys. You see locators related to the login page are provided here. You see in by.id and all. Tomorrow, if email feed, okay, in this login page, for example, here the login page is available. So in this login page, let's say here these particular elements are their email address, password, login button is there. If the locator for this email address has changed due to XYZ reasons, development changes here in this login page. So we clearly know that these locators of this login page will be there in this page object class for login. Okay, login page.java file, and go there. And here you see we have centralized these locators in this login page.java. Okay, according to the pages, we have centralized these locators and we have removed the hard coding of the locators from this individual test files. Okay, here the locators are centralized. Okay, objects or locators, whatever you call, are centralized. You see, if tomorrow email field some value changes, you can just come here and modify this. You don't have to go to individual tests and then wherever the email field is used, you don't have to update. That's how your maintenance will be reduced, guys. Okay, that's how the maintenance of the project will be reduced with the help of this framework. Framework will enhance the maintenance part by reducing the maintenance levels. Okay, by removing the hard coding of the data and locators from the automation scripts. Now, easy to create scripts or write scripts. Okay, you can easily write the scripts, guys. If you clearly observe the automation scripts here that you are writing in this login.java files and all, you see it's very readable and easy to write. You see, if you want to click on my account, you simply say homepage.click on my account, guys. Do you see any very difficult code here? No, right? Simply homepage.click on my account, it will click on the my account. I don't have to be very technical for this. You see, enter email address, very simple commands. Okay, we have with the help of the framework, we were able to write the automation scripts easily, guys. Okay, so you see, this is all possible with the help of the framework, guys, because enter password. If you go to this method, guys, the detailed code is inside this method. Okay, I don't have to write this kind of code. Okay, I don't have to write this kind of code, text into the fields, and this detailed code I don't have to write. Okay, you see, when I try to type text into the element, first I have to wait for the element, then I have to click on the element, then I have to clear the text in the element, then I have to click on type the element using send keys. All this low level code is moved to higher level in this framework, and we simply have to write enter password, enter email address, this kind of simple instructions we are giving. So with the help of this framework only this is possible, guys, where writing of the automation scripts is very easy. Okay, then better reporting. Better reporting means if you're not following a framework, okay, so you'll not get better reports, guys. Okay, and the better reports are not possible. And here, let's say there is a failure and all, and for that a screenshot has to be taken and embedded into the reports. For getting that better reports, having a lot of information of the failed test and passed test and all, for that framework is essential, guys. Okay, if you see here, we have the Cucumber reports generated, one of the sample. Okay, just observe these reports, how they are created and all. Open with a web browser, I'll say. These are the Cucumber HTML reports. You see, one of the tests is failing here. One of the tests is failing. You can clearly see one failed and 13 passed. And whatever the test that is failing, is that has a screenshot embedded. You see, all these things attaching a screenshot to the failed step or scenario. Okay, is possible with the help of frameworks. Okay, so for better reporting also we need frameworks. Okay, then lowers the risk of test failure. You see, if you are not following a framework, guys, and when you run the automation scripts without this kind of sophisticated framework, your scripts sometimes will run, sometimes may not run properly because they are not properly built on a framework. Okay, so the possibility of the failure of the automation scripts will be more, guys. But if you implement this kind of frameworks and make the things better, like you see, for each and every operation, for entering the email address, okay, entering the email address, you are calling this method. Internally, one method is there from that type text into the element, some reusable method is there. And here you are waiting for the element, inbuilt waiting mechanism is there. You are clicking on the element, clearing, then send keys. You are not directly saying send keys, okay? You are clicking, clearing, and waiting for the element, okay? Such kind of things are happening. So because of those actions taken in this, what do you say, the element utils kind of methods, okay, it will lower the risk of the test fail. Automation tests will not fail normally. If the application problem only, they will fail. Okay, but code wise, they will not fail, guys. Okay, then more readability. You see, these scripts are more readable. You see, whatever the you see in this BDD, especially in this BDD, guys, they are ultimate readable because you see clearly anyone can understand. The business people also can understand your automation scripts because in the feature files you have clearly written login with valid credentials. Given user navigates to login page. Anyone who knows the English can understand this. Behind this every step, guys, the automation scripts are written. Okay, at the end of this. At the background of this each and every step, the automation scripts are written. For example, user navigates to login page is written here. User navigates to login page, the code is written here. Okay, so front end is like this kind of scenarios with English text is there that anyone can understand, more readability. Okay, with page object model, page factory will get somewhat of readability, and on the top of that, if you are using this BDD Cucumber feature files and all, the readability will be extreme. Okay, complete readability is there, anyone can understand your automation script. Okay, no one worries about what is written, right? They simply run this feature files where people can understand this automation script, what automation script that testers have written. Okay, and in the background what's happening doesn't matter. Okay, so more readability got increased. Okay, with a different type of frameworks, different levels of readability is possible. Then inbuilt waiting mechanism, I told you, right? For every operation we are doing here, for example in this to click on my account, what we are doing, we are click on element, you are saying. Okay, click on element. You see, first we are waiting for the element, then only we are clicking. Inbuilt waiting mechanism is there for every operation, guys. Okay, here waiting for the element, then clicking, clearing, and send keys. For typing, we are doing this many operations. So the possibility of failure will be very less because inbuilt waiting mechanism is there. We don't have to separately wait here and there in the code. Here this kind of reusable methods, or what you can say element util kind of methods, we can create to make this kind of thing possible in the framework. Reading data from the files. Okay, you can but in Cucumber BDD, guys, it's not recommended for you to read the data from the Excel files. So all the data will be passed from the feature files only. For example, here the data is being passed. Okay, multiple sets of data is being passed from the feature file only. Here also you see all the data is now passed from the feature file scenarios only. Here only we are passing the data. But if you are using TestNG hybrid framework, such kind of things where Cucumber BDD is not there, we can configure this framework in such a way that we can read the data from the Excel files using POI API and all those stuff. Okay, with the frameworks only, this reading of data from the files is possible. Then data-driven testing. Here in this, guys, in the login dot feature, the first scenario is nothing but the data-driven testing. Okay, the framework can automate the data-driven testing where for a single test, if there are multiple sets of data, I should not be writing multiple automation tests. Okay, I should not be writing the scenarios three times. For every set of data, I should not be writing the scenario, right? Rather, the multiple sets of data I will provide under this scenario outline and give this multiple sets of data. The same scenario will run three times with the number of data that is provided. This is called as data-driven testing, and the automation of this data-driven testing is possible with the help of framework. Whether that is TestNG hybrid framework or Cucumber hybrid framework, in both the cases, we can automate the data-driven testing. Okay, these are the several advantages, guys. Okay, then retry functionality. Here I don't have an example for the retry functionality, but we can configure in such a way that if any particular automation scripts fails, it may be because of a network issue or something, it may fail sometimes. So we can configure the framework in such a way that the failed automation script need to be run multiple times until maybe two or three times, two or three chances. If it still fails, we'll consider it as fail. But maybe there is a possibility that 20 to 30% of the automation scripts may pass in the second run or third run. Okay, so that kind of retry functionalities we can mention in the frameworks and many more, guys. Like this, there are several things, several advantages we get with a framework. You see, as I already mentioned in the beginning, framework is nothing but a set of rules or best practices, okay, which are introduced into the project to get the better or desired results or desired outcome from this automation projects. Okay, that's the advantage of the frameworks. If you follow all these best practices, okay, and utilize this all these advantages from a framework, right? Ultimately, the project will yield good results, guys. Okay, the project will yield good results, and we'll get a better report, better results we'll get in the report. We don't have to write a lot of code. When something changes, it's very easy to find where exactly the data got changed or locators got changed and just modify them in the centralized locations. Writing of the automation scripts have become easy. Okay, test will not fail so easily because inbuilt waiting mechanism is there, and other actions to be taken for performing each and every step is there in the reusable methods. More readability. Non-technical people also can understand what the automation scripts the testers have written in a technical language, even though they are non-technical people. Okay. So reading the data from external files or feature files, all this is possible with the help of framework, and automating the data-driven testing, retry functionality so that the field test can be given more chances, so that in the second run or third run there is a possibility of they getting passed, because sometimes the network failure or something may happen because of the which the scripts may fail, but not because of the defects in the application, but scripts may sometimes fail because of network latency issues or something. For overcoming such kind of problems, we can implement retry functionality, and many more things are possible with the help of the frameworks, guys. Okay, and to get the better results from the project by following these rules and regulations or best practices implemented in the projects as part of the framework. So hope guys you understood why frameworks are, why we have to create and use test automation frameworks in our automation. So hope you got the answer. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 74. That is, which test automation framework you are using and why. You may get this kind of question in the interviews and you have to personally answer them. Okay. Based on the type of the framework you are working or using in your projects, you have to answer this question, guys. Okay. If I get the same question, I'll be answering something like this. Okay. So this will be my answer. Okay. If I get that question in the interview, that is which test automation framework you are currently using and why. Okay. I'll simply say that I am currently using this Cucumber BDD hybrid framework with page object model and page factory design patterns in my framework. Okay. So this will be my answer, guys. Okay. This is a framework that I am currently using in my project. Okay. So my project is an agile project where, right, the work will happen in the sprints, 2 weeks of duration of the sprints, and where the automation is performed using a framework or on a framework known as Cucumber BDD hybrid framework, which has this page object model and page factory design patterns implemented. So why this particular framework is being used in my project? One of the reasons is, right, these days Agile is there, Agile and this Cucumber BDD is more popular in the market. Okay. Considering the automation, guys, Agile combination with this Cucumber BDD is more popular in the market. Okay. So one of the reasons here is this Cucumber BDD hybrid framework is most popular in the market. Out of all the other frameworks available in the market, this Cucumber BDD hybrid framework with page object model and page factory is popular in the market. And why it is popular in the market? The reason behind that is it is easy to involve the business team. Okay, it's not just about developers and testers working in the project, right? We also have the business team who generally create the user stories in the agile and all those stuff. Okay, their work will not stop just by creating the user stories and giving to them. Okay, they have to be there till the end, right? So whatever the testing we have to do, whatever the questions we ask, they are going to answer our questions in business point of view. Apart from having this basic communication about the requirements of the project and all, here automation scripts can also be communicated with this business team. Business team will be able to understand our automation scripts, because in the projects where we are using this Cucumber BDD hybrid framework with page object model, page factory, especially Cucumber BDD projects, okay, there the automation scripts are readable. Okay, the business team can also understand what the automation engineers or automation test engineers are writing the automation scripts for. Okay, so I'll show you the example, guys. Practically, I will show you how the business team can understand. Business team can understand this automation scripts written by the technical automation engineers. Okay, so this is the framework, guys. This is the Cucumber BDD hybrid framework with page object model, page factory I'm using my projects. Okay, where you can clearly see that this is following the page object model design pattern. I'm saying the main reason behind that is the business team in the project or business stakeholders in the project will be able to understand the automation scripts written by the testing team, automation team. Okay, how? Because here the automation, the front side of the automation scripts are nothing but the feature files, guys. In Cucumber BDD projects, the feature files are face of the this automation project. Okay, the scenarios will be written in plain English. You see, you can easily read them. Login with valid credentials is the scenario. Given user navigates to the login page, user enters a valid email address, username into the email field, user enters a valid password. These are our automation scripts, guys. You see, anyone can understand. By going through them, anyone can understand. That's why Cucumber BDD is famous in the market, where our automation scripts are also communicated with the business team. They can confirm whether we have written all the automation scenarios or not. If there are any discrepancies or problems done in the business point of view by the automation testers who are writing these automation scripts, business team can give us a feedback by looking at these scenarios in this feature file. Okay, so the background code for this each and every step is written in the background of these scenarios, guys. You see, for every feature file we have this step definition class where the actual automation script will be written, automation code will be written, but this code is kind of technical. The business team may not understand. So anyhow, when you are using Cucumber BDD, the business team may check these scenarios which are written in plain English, okay, using the Gherkin language. So because of this, guys, Cucumber BDD framework, hybrid framework with page object model and page factory, the combination is very famous in the market and popular in the market. The main is the business team can understand these automation scripts. So hope guys you got the answer for this interview question. So this is how I'll answer this question. Your version may be different, but my version is going to be like this. So that's all for this session. Hope you like the answer. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium interview question 75. That is, explain the framework you are using in your project. So let me answer this with practical demonstration. So what is that framework that I am using in my project? A simple answer, because this question is asked to me, my answer may vary from your answer. It may be different from your answer. Okay. In your project, you may be using a different framework. Okay. But in my case, whatever the framework I am using, I'm going to explain, guys. And that is going to be the most popular framework in the market. That is none other than this Cucumber BDD hybrid framework with page object model and page factory. This is a framework that I'm using in my project. Okay. So I am going to explain this framework with practical demonstration. Okay. In detail now. So let me quickly switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this Cucumber hybrid framework with page object model, page factory. Let me explain this framework for you. Okay. So as you can see, guys, first thing, this is the Cucumber BDD. So the main things that will be there are feature files. So we'll be writing the scenarios in the feature file. Okay. For example, login functionality related feature is there in this login.feature file. Under that, we have several scenarios. You see, several Cucumber BDD scenarios are there. For each and every step of this Cucumber BDD scenario, okay, we have implemented the code, guys. Okay, in the background of this step, we have the code implemented. Let me show you where the code is available. Okay, so here, let's go to the login.java. Okay, I have written the code for the steps of the scenarios in the feature file in this login.java. Since it is login.feature, login.java I created. This Java files are created under the step definitions package, as you can see. Okay, these features files are created under the features package of SRC test resources, where this feature file related step definitions. Okay, these are the step definition Java files are created under the step definitions package of SRC test Java. Okay, so here for each and every step of the scenarios in the feature file, we have implemented some code. And if you can clearly observe this code, guys, this code is following the page object model and page factory design patterns. You see? So we need to create an object for the home page and then perform using the object reference of the home page. We are clicking on my account. Okay. This implementation of this method is here in the page classes. Okay. Here we created under SRC main Java, we created the page classes for centralizing the locators or objects, you can say. Okay, objects of the elements or locators of the elements we have created under the respective page classes. You see, For example, here, these application that have automated for that framework, guys. If you go to this login page, guys, in the login page, you see you have email address, password, and login button. These elements, this email address element, password element, and login elements related object or locators are created inside this login page.java. If you go to this login page.java, you can see that here we have created all the web elements, and here at the rate find by is all from the page factory. Okay, generally you will get this question in the interview because the interviewer want to check whether you really have the knowledge of the things or not. Okay, so you have to show your confidence here. Okay, by explaining this framework in whatever the way you want. There is no particular way. This how I explain. You can explain better than me. Okay, or in your own version. That's up to you guys. You see, all these elements are created like this. All the web elements locators are created like this. You see, a private web element, email field, and here ID is provided. Okay. So these are the page classes, guys. These are the page classes. And for each and every web element in the page classes, we have the methods here. Enter email, enter password, click on login button. And also we can put all this, methods into a single method like login. Okay, do login or something like that. We can create and combine all these steps. Whatever the way we want to use, we can use, guys. Okay. It depends on the scenarios that we are writing in the feature files. Maybe for other scenarios, we simply have to write a step like user has to log in. In that case, I may create a method here combining all these three methods. Okay, so that's how it works. Fine. So these are the page classes, guys. Okay, this is where page object model and page factory are being implemented in this particular framework. Initially, we have this feature file for this each and every scenario in the feature files are implemented in the step definition classes, okay, of the individual classes. Like for login feature, we have login.java. For register feature, we have register.java as sample. Search.feature, search.java is there. And inside all these methods, implementing methods for the scenarios of the feature files, inside these methods, this login.java, register.java, and search.java, we have written the Selenium automation code, which is actually using the page object model and page factory. Okay. These are the page classes we have created. And also, guys, there may be some situations where you have to create some common utils, some operations you have to repeatedly do. Okay, reusability is something that is very important. The common kind of reusability is like generating a random number or getting email with timestamp. Such kind of methods I created inside the common utils, and we can call this method whenever required. For example, get email with timestamp method is called in both of these step definition classes. For example, in login.java, if I go here, somewhere here you will find that, guys. Okay, so you see common utils dot get email with timestamp is there. Okay, so we are calling that method. And similarly in the register.java also we have needed that email dot so let's go there. Where's that? So somewhere here it will be there. Just give me a second. I'll show you here somewhere. Yeah, common utils dot get email with timestamp. So in the login is there, in the register is there. These are the reusable methods, guys. Common kind of methods. Apart from that, we have removed the hard coding of the data, guys. Okay, in this framework we have implemented removing the hard coding of the data. So this kind of constants like implicit wait time, page load time, explicit wait time. Okay, that is basic time. Okay, different explicit wait times we can queue. Okay, all this whatever the constants, we have created the constants here in this common utils, and we have called these things whenever they are required. Okay, so we have removed the hard coding wherever possible, guys. And also, if you go to this, what do you say, this my hooks, okay? In this is Cucumber BDD framework, right? Here we have my hooks where we have at the rate before hook method and after hook method. So this before and after hook methods will be executed before and after each and every, okay, before each and every scenario in this feature file. For example, this is the scenario. Before this scenario, this before hook will be executed. Okay, after this scenario, this after hook will be executed. Not only for that particular only scenario, guys, but other scenarios in all the feature files. Before every scenario in the feature file, before hook will be executed, where you are initializing the properties file, then you are initializing the browser, okay, and you are opening the application URL. Okay, that's we are doing. That's what you are doing in the before hooks. Okay, so before every scenario, all these steps are done. Opening till opening the application URL in the browser. Okay, and coming to the after, what we are doing, we are, okay, here in after we are quitting the browser. Before quitting the browser, if in case the particular scenario fails, we are taking the screenshot and attaching the screenshot to the Cucumber report. Okay, and in this framework, guys, we'll have this Cucumber report generated, guys. After running the scripts, the Cucumber report will be generated. But how to run the scripts? The simplest way to run the scripts here is this test runner class that we have created under runner package. My hooks is created under the hooks package of src Java, whereas test runner is created under the runner class. Okay, test runner is created under the runner class. Okay, and here in test runner, if you can see these guys, okay, so here we have provided the path to the feature files, and we have glued these feature files with their step definitions here. Okay, step definitions we have to directly give the package name we have to give here. The step definitions, where is that? Here, step definition package we have given, and hooks package we have given, where we have this before and after hook methods. After gluing this feature with this step definitions and hooks, and once you say plugin is equal to pretty, okay, you'll get a proper Eclipse output console results. And also here, this is a Cucumber report, okay, plugin. With this plugin only, Cucumber report will be generated. And this at the rate run with is from JUnit guys, and Cucumber.class is from, okay, Cucumber JUnit thing. Okay, and Cucumber options is also from the Cucumber JUnit thing. Okay, so here, if I have to run this, to run this project guys, to run the scenarios of these feature files and running all the individual automation scripts, right? So we have to right click on this test runner and say run as JUnit test. That's it, guys. All the automation scripts will run. Okay, all the automation scripts will run, and once they have run, it will generate a report for us. Okay, it will generate a report for us under, you see, under the target folder. Which type of report? HTML report under the target folder. Under the target folder, another folder known as Cucumber reports folder we are creating. Okay, under that Cucumber reports, we'll have Cucumber report.html file created. Okay, Cucumber report.html file got created, guys. Let's open this report. I'll show you how this report is coming. You see, this is what is the framework, guys. A lot of things will be there in the framework. Okay, so you see one is getting failed and 13 passed. And for the failed test, you see this particular scenario is failing. So the details why this step got failed, that as such an error details are coming here. You can investigate using this, and along with that, you are getting this screenshot attached. Okay, you're getting this particular screenshot attached. Okay, that is another good feature you can say. Along with that, you're getting all these details like how much percentage passed. Okay, in which operating system the scripts got executed, which Java version, which Cucumber JVM version, all those things, okay, are coming here as additional details. And the logs are all nothing but the scenario steps. Okay, fine. Hope you are able to understand the framework so far. And the reason why I have named this test runner is I can even run, because if the test keyword is provided as part of this runner class, either in the beginning or at the end, we can run this not only using the JUnit, guys. There is one more. Instead of using JUnit, if you want to use Maven, okay, if you want to use Maven to run this feature files and automation scripts, I have to right click and say run as Maven test. I can select this option. Still, automation scripts will run because Maven will only identify the Java files which are provided with the test keyword either in the beginning or at the end of the name of this file. You see, in the beginning of this runner class, all the other Java files doesn't have the test keyword, but only this runner class uh, Java file only has a test. And because of which Maven will only recognize the test runner, and with test runner is invoked, it will automatically invoke the feature files and step definitions and hooks and everything. It will generate the report for us. Okay, and also we can run this framework project scenarios from the command line. Okay, and also integrate that with CI/CD, Jenkins, GitHub, and everything. Okay, and a few more things I need to cover, guys. If you go to the my hooks here, if you go to the my hooks, okay, before I end the explanation of this framework I'm currently using in a project, okay, you can clearly see that here we have initialized the properties. Okay, in this before hook method, we are initializing the properties. Okay, for initializing the properties, guys, for initializing the properties, we have created this configurator, guys, configurator. Okay, so new configurator. Where is that configurator? Configurator is under the utils, guys. Okay, under the utils, we have the configurator. So in the configurator class, we have created a method like initialize properties method. So I'm saying configure. I'm creating an object for the configurator, and using the object, we are calling the initialize properties. Using the object reference of the configurator, we are calling the initialize properties, and this properties file is getting initialized. Okay, where is the properties file available? Under the config package of SRC test resources. Under the config subpackage of this SRC test resources, we have this config.properties file. What does this config.properties contain? If you open this config.properties file, you will see this browser. Okay, on which browser you want to run the automation scripts are there. High level configuration properties need to be mentioned here. You should not be mentioning each and every details. Each and every data should not be placed here. Only the high level project details should be placed, like browser name, URL of the application, if required username, password. That's much. That's much is enough, guys. You should not be going more than for the other things. For the config details like email and everything, you should not give here. Okay, so only the basic high level project details. Okay, we are centralizing this, guys. Okay, why we are giving in the config properties file? Because we are centralizing the data here. Okay, we are centralizing the data here, so that tomorrow if the URL, if the client gives a different URL, you don't have to touch any of the automation scripts. Simply come to the config.properties centralized file and update the URL here. The scripts will run on the updated URL. Similarly, browser also same thing, guys. Okay, tomorrow if you want to run on any other browser instead of Chrome, you just mention the Firefox. But who is reading this properties file where these properties are being read? For example, browser, relating the browser, guys. If you go to my hooks in the before hook method, which I named it as setup, you can name it anything though. After initializing the properties file, you see I'm calling a initialize browser method in the driver factory class. You see there is a driver factory.java class. In the driver factory, we have initialize browser method. Okay. So we made it static, so we can call this driver factory.initialize browser. Here we are passing the browser name. But from where this browser name is coming, who is calling this initialize browser? My before hook method is calling that. Okay. While calling that method, initialize browser method in the driver factory, you see we are whatever the initialize property file is there, from there, we are getting the property of the browser, guys. Prop.get property browser means from this properties file, the browser value Chrome will come and fall here. And that will be passed to the initialize browser, okay, in the driver factory. That is here to this particular method. While calling this method, we are passing the browser name, which is coming from the properties file actually. And here we are checking if it is Chrome browser, open the Chrome browser. If it is Firefox, we are writing the Selenium code for opening the Firefox browser. Edge means Edge browser. Safari means Safari browser. And here we are writing some sample steps like, for initializing the browser, we are deleting all the existing cookies, if any. Generally, that will not be the case, but we are still deleting. We'll maximize the browser. We are maximizing the browser and we are setting some page load timeout. If you see the page load timeout here, guys, some constants. You see page load time. I'm not hard coding here. Okay, common utils dot page load timeout means in the common utils we have that. Okay, so this is the one. Okay, page load timeout 15. 15 is actually there. Okay, in that case. Here 15. Implicit wait time. What is implicit wait time? The same thing is also available in the common utils. Implicit wait time is 10 seconds. Okay, 10 seconds is coming to that point. Then what else? Then we are returning the driver, and we are here also we have created one method to return the driver. This is useful in some other case. Okay, like that we have created the driver factory. Fine, and what else then? Configurator, I already showed you, common utils, and how we have removed the hard coding of the data by moving these browser names. And here in the my hooks also, if you see the after initializing the property, we are using get property of URL. Okay, from this common place, we are retrieving the URL, guys. Okay, the URL may get updated, but whatever the URL is there, that will come into the before hook method and that will be launched. Okay, fine. That will be opened in the application. That is browser. Okay, fine. So a lot of things got covered already, and hard coding, how the hard coding is managed, I covered. And because of this page object model and page factory, we are also removing the hard coding of the locators. Apart from removing the hard coding of the config details like browser and URL, we are also removing the hard coding of the, okay, we are also removing the hard coding of the locators. You see, if you go to any of the step definition classes, you will not see any locators like XPath, expressions, ID, and nothing will be there. It will not be visible to you because we have removed the hard coding of them by implementing these page classes. All these XPath expressions and all, for example, login page, email address field, password field. You see all the XPath expressions and ID and all those locators are available here. Okay, which have removed the hard coding. Okay, if tomorrow, if any particular XPath expression or this ID locator for any of the elements changes, we know that where this locators will be available. They will be available in the page classes. We'll go to the respective page class. For example, if email field changes, I'll go to the login page. I know that because email field will be there in the login page, and in that I will update the ID of that. If it has changed, I will update that. Okay, this is how we are centralizing the locators. Okay, and for every page, respective page, organizing this locators well. Okay, into multiple page classes. That is what is called as a page object model design pattern. Okay, to support the page object model design pattern, Selenium guys have given you page factory design pattern. Okay, so both we are using in this page classes. So what else is left out? What else is left out is passing the data. Okay, how the data is being passed. So apart from the common utils, apart from the config.properties properties like high level properties like URL and browser, there will be a lot of data, guys. Right? We have to pass a lot of data to these automation scripts. So that data will be passed only from the feature files, guys. Okay, the main benefit of this Cucumber BDD framework is that we don't have to read the data from the Excel files. Okay, if you are using TestNG hybrid framework with page object model, page factory, there you may have to use Excel files for storing the data, and we have to write the code for reading the data from that Excel files and passing that to the automation scripts. But in Cucumber BDD framework, we don't need that because data will be directly passed from the feature file itself. You see, here for this particular scenario, here data driven scenario. This is data. It's not a normal scenario, guys. It's a data-driven scenario. This particular framework is a hybrid framework because it contains a general framework things along with the data-driven tests are also there. Okay, data-driven framework is also part of this framework. So we are calling that as a hybrid framework. You see, this particular scenario is a data-driven test that we are automating. The same scenario will be executed multiple times for these different sets of data. That is called as data-driven testing, and we are automating that with the help of this Cucumber BDD. So instead of scenario, we have to write scenario like outline, and here we have to pass the multiple sets of data from these examples. Okay. So this scenario will run 3 times for this 3 sets of data. If you have 10 sets of data, the same scenario will run 10 times. Okay. And if you see other scenarios, guys, here also we are passing the data. You see from the feature file, scenarios, steps itself, we are passing the data. Okay. The data is being passed to the code automation scripts from here from the scenario. So we don't have to read them from the Excel files. Okay. So that's one thing. So next, what else? Next, data passing is over. Okay. Reading the data from the centralized files and removing the hard coding of the data is over. And apart from that, guys, we have element utils also created. Okay. To make these operations work more seamlessly, like clicking on the element and all the stuff. Okay. Um, we are creating this element utils and the util package. Okay. Instead of writing the code like a driver.find element by dot click, something like that, we are waiting for the element and then clicking. Okay. Such kind of utility methods. Okay. Element util methods we are creating, guys. So this element util methods will be called from the page classes. This element util methods will be called from the page classes. Whenever someone has to click on an element in the page classes or particular element in the page class, we'll be calling this click on element. We can give any name here. Okay. So and use it for typing the text into the element. This much of code we have written. We are first waiting for the element, we are clicking on the element, we are clearing the text, and then we are typing. Okay, after that only we are typing. This is a proper click. Typing. Then we are waiting for the element. Okay, this is a reusable method for if you want to wait for the element and then perform operation, you can call this method. And then select option in drop down. Okay, for that also we have created some element utils. You see all the low level code is written inside the select options, and these methods are used called from the page classes. Okay, accept alert, there is a method. Okay, based on your scenarios and your requirements, you have to create any number of element util methods like this. Wait for alert. Okay, so mouse, hover and click. Okay, using mouse if you want to click. If you don't want to do a normal Selenium click, if you want to click using the mouse, okay, by hovering it, then this is the thing. All the low level code is available here. Wait for visibility of the element. Sometimes you have to wait for the visibility of the element. Okay, then you will call that method. JavaScript click. Sometimes normal click or mouse click may not work. Then only option that will be available left out for us is JavaScript click. So in that case, the powerful click is a JavaScript click, and it's the final option for us. Okay, for clicking the elements, and for typing also we can have JavaScript type. Many other things are possible, guys. Okay, get text from element. Okay, if you want to retrieve the text from the element between the tags, you can use this method. Okay, we are writing this low-level Selenium code here, and these methods will be called by the page classes. Display status of the element also the things are there. If you go to any of the page class, you can clearly understand, guys. We are calling that element util methods. For example, for clicking, you see element utils dot click on element. This method we are calling. Okay, under element util, we are passing the details like web element and how much time, waiting time, all those things we are passing from this page classes. So this is how they are designed. The framework is very big. As you can see that I'm explaining, but it's not overing off. Okay. So I'm just thinking if there is anything else that I need to explain. So I covered all the stuff, driver factory also I covered, my hooks covered REST runner, step definitions, properties, everything is covered, guys. And here, this framework, last one, apart from the report, last one is this bomb.xml file, guys. Where you'll add all the dependencies, all the libraries that are required for this project, okay, as part of the framework, like JUnit library is required, then Cucumber Java is required, Cucumber JUnit is required, Cucumber Core is required, Selenium Java is required, all the required libraries, okay, are added here as a dependency tags, maven dependency tags in this form.xml file, and they will be automatically downloaded and configured in this project. And that's the way we are using different libraries in this project. Selenium libraries, apart from the Java library, and any other libraries, Cucumber library we are using here. Okay. So hope guys you understood the explanation about the framework that I am using in my project. Okay. This framework may differ from one person to another person, but okay, this is a framework I can explain. If the interviewer asks me, this is the better framework I can explain. Okay, in the interviews. And if in case you want to download the framework or look into that code that you want to get this framework, okay, whatever that I have built, it is available on my GitHub page. So type something like this, github.com, okay, slash Arun Motori, okay. Just type like this. Just go to my GitHub page where you will see a lot of repositories, guys. Okay, if I open this in incognito mode, it will be better. Otherwise, it's opening my account there. In your case, it will come like this, something like this. Okay, so here you have repositories option on this GitHub profile page of mine, and here you can see Cucumber Hybrid Framework on the top. Just click on that Cucumber framework, and if you want to download this, you can download a zip file. Okay, or if you are using some, right, Git kind of softwares in your machine, you can copy this and clone this into your machine. Okay, the code will get cloned. Okay, the complete project will get downloaded into your machine. So all these multiple ways of downloading and using this framework is possible, guys. Okay, if you want to also explain the same framework, then go to my GitHub page and get the framework, and then whatever the explanation I have given about this framework, okay, you just watch it one or two times more, because a single time you may not get it. Okay, so because it may be completely new for you. For some of the people, some people may get it in one time, but some all the people may not get it in one time. So those people just repeatedly watch my video until you get the clarity of this framework, and until you get the confidence to explain this framework, this Cucumber hybrid BDD hybrid framework with page object model, page factory in the interviews. Okay, when it is asked in the interviews for you. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 76. That is, what is Cucumber? So let's get started. So what is Cucumber? Cucumber is a framework or tool which supports the implementation of BDD, that is behavior driven development in the projects. So what is Cucumber, guys? Let me write down here. What is Cucumber? Cucumber is nothing but, you can call that as either a framework similar to TestNG, or you can call it as a tool. Some people will call the Cucumber as a tool. So what's the use of this Cucumber? Using this Cucumber framework or tool, okay, uh, we can implement BDD in the projects. Okay, using this Cucumber framework or tool, which supports the implementation of, okay, which supports the implementation of BDD. What does BDD stands for? Behavior driven development. Okay, it supports the implementation of BDD, that is behavior driven development in the projects. It may be development projects or it can be automation projects. Okay, so is this particular Cucumber, which is a tool or a framework, okay, it is specially designed for, generally used in Java, guys. Okay, in Java projects, we generally use this Cucumber as a tool for implementing this BDD, that is behavior driven development. Okay, but what about other programming languages like C Sharp, .NET and all? We have other tools, guys. Okay, so even though we can use Cucumber in C Sharp, .NET, but still there is other tool for supporting the implementation of BDD in the C Sharp, .NET programming language following projects. That is like we have something like SpecFlow there. Okay, in C Sharp, .NET projects, we have other tools like SpecFlow, which is more better than Cucumber in case of C Sharp, .NET. But in case of Java projects, we give highest priority to this Cucumber tool, guys. Okay, and the Cucumber tool is also supporting other programming languages, but still there are other tools, BDD tools like SpecFlow, etc., which are specially for C Sharp, .NET and all. So in case of C Sharp, .NET, we generally go with SpecFlow. In case of Java, we'll go with this Cucumber tool. So this is what is a Cucumber, guys. It's a framework or tool which supports the implementation of BDD in the projects. Now let me practically show you what is this Cucumber and all. Okay, so we can install this Cucumber as a plugin in Eclipse IDE, guys. Okay, if you see this Eclipse IDE here, okay, we have created some feature files. As you can see, there are some sample feature files here: login.feature file, register.feature file, search.feature file. And if you don't have this Cucumber plugin installed in this Eclipse IDE, these feature files will not be recognized. Okay, so you'll get some error saying that app is not working or app is not available, kind of error you'll get. So, and you'll not get this Cucumber icon here. Besides these feature files, you're getting some Cucumber icon, which is only possible because you have installed this Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. Okay, so Cucumber is nothing but a framework or tool, guys, which supports the implementation of BDD in projects. So it comes in the form of Eclipse IDE plugin, that is Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. Okay, once you install here, you'll be able to, these feature files will be recognized and you can work with the Cucumber. We can implement the BDD in the projects. So, and it also comes in the form of a library, guys, not only the Eclipse IDE plugin, but also in this project, in order to use this Cucumber, it also comes in a form of library. Only by installing the Eclipse Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin is not enough. That plugin will help us in running this feature files and also for recognizing these feature files. But apart from that, we have to use the libraries, some predefined classes and all those stuff from the Cucumber library. For that, we'll go to the pom.xml file of this project, and here we'll add these libraries in the form of Cucumber, guys. You see, these dependencies are from Cucumber. So here you see Cucumber Java is there, and then we have Cucumber JUnit and Cucumber Core. All these are Cucumber libraries, guys, that we need to add to the project. So this Cucumber is a tool or framework which comes in multiple formats where we have to use all the formats, like we have to install in the form of a plugin in Eclipse IDE because it doesn't come by default in Eclipse IDE. Uh, so for the Eclipse IDE projects to support Cucumber, we need that plugin. And second thing is that in order to use the library of this Cucumber, we need to add this kind of dependency tags in the of Cucumber in the pom.xml files, so that Cucumber related files, I mean library, will be added to this project automatically and will be downloaded automatically and configured automatically, guys. So that's what is Cucumber is all about in a theoretical way and practical way. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is Cucumber in this session. So hoping that you will be able to answer this question if it is asked in the interviews for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 77. That is, what are the advantages of using Cucumber? So let's get started. So what are the advantages of using Cucumber? Okay. So first of all, before understanding the advantages of the Cucumber, you need to first understand what exactly is Cucumber. Cucumber is a framework or tool, guys. Okay. You can call Cucumber as a framework or tool which can be used for supporting the implementation of BDD in the projects. It may be development projects or automation projects. In those projects, okay, this Cucumber is a framework or tool which supports the implementation of BDD, where BDD stands for behavior driven development. Okay, to support this BDD in the projects, we have to use this tool or framework known as Cucumber. Fine. So Cucumber is a framework or tool which supports the implementation of BDD in the projects. Okay, these projects can be automation projects or development projects. Okay, fine. Now, since you have understood Cucumber, so more details you need to understand about Cucumber, guys. Okay, how can we use Cucumber in the projects? Now you understood Cucumber is a framework or tool, but how to use Cucumber in the projects, how to install the Cucumber in the projects. Let me quickly switch to this Eclipse IDE where I can explain. So in this Eclipse IDE, to install Cucumber, one first way is first step is, okay, it's not a way, it is a step. First step is we have to install Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. Okay, in this Eclipse IDE, we have to install an extension or plugin of Eclipse IDE known as Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. We have to install. Okay, then only these feature files will be recognized. Otherwise, you will get some error like app not found error. Okay, so you see, beside this feature files, you will see a Cucumber icon. That means whatever the Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin I have installed in this Eclipse IDE, okay, is able to recognize these feature files. But if you don't install that Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, then these feature files, you'll not be able to work with these feature files, because when you try to open the feature files without that plugin, you'll get some error like application not found. Okay, you cannot run them, you cannot use them. Okay. When you create also, it will give you the error saying that application not found. Okay. So to work with the feature files, we need the Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. And second step is, after installing that plugin, one more thing we have to do. That is, Cucumber will come in the form of a library, guys. Okay. Apart from the plugin, we support the Eclipse IDE for supporting these feature files and all, that's fine. But one more thing that we have to do is, we have to add the Cucumber as a library also. For that, we have to go to the pom.xml file. In the pom.xml file, okay, we have to go to the dependencies, and under the dependencies, we have to add this Cucumber. Okay, Cucumber related dependencies we have to add: Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber Core, like that we have to add. So these libraries will be now automatically downloaded and configured in this projects. Okay, two things we have to do to install or configure Cucumber in our Eclipse IDE. That is Eclipse IDE plugin, Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. Second thing is adding the Cucumber as a library to the project. Now, after doing that, from then onwards, Cucumber will act like a framework or tool to support the implementation of BDD in the projects. Okay, behavior driven development in the projects. So if someone asks you what are the advantages of Cucumber, they are nothing but they are indirectly asking you the advantages of BDD, guys. Okay. Advantages of Cucumber are nothing but the advantages of BDD only, right? So what are these advantages? It's a combination. I'll explain. Okay. I'll give you some advantages of Cucumber, and some of these advantages of the Cucumber are nothing but the advantages of BDD. So you have to mix up them. Okay. We have to explain or give the answer for these advantages of Cucumber in the form of combining the answers for advantages of Cucumber and advantages of the BDD. Okay. For example, this first advantage is nothing but it's not the advantage of the Cucumber, it is the advantage of the BDD. Since Cucumber is supporting the implementation of BDD in the projects, indirectly you are getting this advantage from BDD only. Okay. Cucumber allows us to write scenarios in Gherkin, which results in human readable format. Okay. It allows us to. So I already told you, right? Without this Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, these feature files cannot be created. If feature files cannot be created, you cannot write these scenarios, test automation scenarios in this Gherkin format. Okay, Gherkin is like English format only, guys, but few keywords are there like a given, when, and, then, but kind of keywords are there. Even feature and scenario outline examples, or these keywords are from the Gherkin language. Okay, which supports us. Okay, which supports us to write the scenarios in a systematic way. Otherwise, people will write all the scenarios in a paragraph. Okay, that won't look good. If you want to write the scenarios in a proper, understandable, readable format in a proper structure, we need Gherkin language. Okay, we have to use Gherkin language, right, while writing the scenarios. Okay, but Cucumber is a tool which understands this Gherkin language. Okay, okay. So Cucumber is a tool which allows us to write the in Gherkin language, which results in human readable format. Okay, human readable format is nothing but BDD concept altogether. Okay, that's the intention of BDD. But technically speaking, Cucumber supports Gherkin because of this, the test scenarios, whatever we have written here in the feature files, okay, will be in a human readable format. Here, there is a mix of Cucumber and BDD in this particular advantage, guys, okay? So, according to the BDD, all the scenarios should be in a human readable format. So, the business stakeholders who are non-technical people should also be able to understand what automation scripts the testers are writing here, automation testers are writing here, okay? But that is theoretically, human readable format means theoretically BDD is something like that. But technically, guys, Cucumber is a tool which supports this Gherkin language. Okay, supports the creation of feature files and Gherkin language, which intent supports the implementation of BDD in the projects. Okay, that's how you have to understand. Second advantage of this Cucumber is, especially Cucumber only, guys, not BDD. Cucumber is has multi-language support. Multi-language means programming languages. Okay, so this project, for example, this automation framework here, Cucumber BDD, hybrid framework, and whatever the project that is there here, I have written the automation scripts in the form of in the programming language using Java, guys. If you see here, all the Java code is written, public class name. This is all from Java, guys. Okay. So Cucumber supports this Java programming language, and does the project code should be only written in Java? It's not the case, guys. Okay, you can write in other programming languages also, like Ruby, JavaScript, Perl, C#, .NET, PHP, Python, etc. Okay, has a wide range of programming language support, where the steps in the scenarios of these feature files can be implemented, okay, using Java programming. Okay, not only Java, guys, but also you can write in Ruby, JavaScript, Perl, C#, .NET, PHP, Python. But one more thing is that even though the Cucumber has a multi-language support, multiple programming language support, but there are respective, kind of tools. Okay, parallel to Cucumber, there are other tools which support BDD for this programming language. Like Ruby, we have something like what do you say, RSpec. Okay, here we have something like RSpec. Okay, RSpec is there here, and in case of C Sharp, we have spec flow. Different programming languages have different things, guys. Okay, so different programming languages have different tools, like tools or frameworks like Cucumber, like Even though Cucumber also supports this, there are specific things also. People may choose whatever they like. Okay. In Java also we have Cucumber and the BDD tool which supports. This Java is apart from Cucumber is we have JBehave. Like that, many things are there in the market, guys. I don't want to dig deep there. For now, let's focus on the advantages of the Cucumber, where it has a support for. Okay, you can use Cucumber with any of these programming languages that are mentioned here. Okay. Then the third thing is third advantage. I'm going to talk about the Cucumber advantage. Supports code reusability, guys. I'll show you how the Cucumber supports code reusability. Okay, if you see Cucumber here, it's nothing but BDD altogether again. Okay, advantage indirectly it's a BDD advantage, but Cucumber in support of BDD kind of thing. So where you can see, guys, some steps are already written here. They are duplicated. You see, user navigates to login page. If you write the code for this particular step already, you don't have to write that again here. Okay. So Cucumber will recognize that, saying that this step is already implemented, do not ask you to implement that again. So that means it supports code reusability. Okay, you don't have to duplicate the code, guys. Once you write the code for this statement, everywhere in this feature file or in other feature files, this code is already implemented. The step is already implemented. You don't have to write that again. Cucumber will be able to recognize this step as implemented step if it's already implemented as part of the previous scenarios or steps. Okay, fine. Now, another advantage of Cucumber, that is indirectly it's an advantage of BDD, guys. That is reduces ambiguity in requirements. Okay, you see, you will get the client requirements. If generally, if in the project BDD is implemented, behavior driven development is implemented in the projects, the ultimate what will happen, the communication between the business team and technical team like developers and testers will be more good. Okay, more good. They will focus on what need to be developed rather than how it need to be developed. More focus is on what need to be developed. Okay, I don't say that how to be developed is not given the focus. It's not given the importance. That is also given the importance, but the main importance is given to what need to be developed. Okay, what requirements, what is the functionality that is required to be implemented or developed. That is the main intention. Okay, so there's a possibility that if BDD is not followed in the projects in traditional development projects, guys, especially traditional development projects where BDD is not followed, what happens is initially the client will give you some requirements, and afterwards testers will understand in their own way, developers will understand in their own way. In good cases, if you are lucky, the ambiguity will not be there and the projects will go smooth. But in other cases, guys, there is a more possibility that these requirements are communicated in a different way. Okay, ambiguous way means confusing way to the developers and testers, and because of which, whatever the client is expecting, developers and testers will develop and test in the wrong format, and which results in a wrong product. Okay, so that's what happened because of the ambiguity in the requirements. But Cucumber solves that by supporting this BDD in the projects. Okay, implementation of BDD in the projects. So where the requirements are converted something like this. Okay, the requirements are written in the form of the scenarios. You see, English, plain English is there. If any confusion are there, you see, the business team will let us know that, okay, these are not the proper requirements. Maybe you have got confused. Once the scenarios are approved only, when then we'll start automating, right? So here, so that is another advantage of the Cucumber BDD, where the ambiguity will be resolved, so that this can be understood by the business team. Technical team can also understand this. So what technical and non-technical people can understand this. So what happens? Everyone will be on the same page, which resolves a problem of ambiguity in the requirements. And many more advantages are there for Cucumber, guys. But let's not go deep. These are the major ones. This will be enough for answering in the interviews. Okay. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this interview question, that are what are the advantages of using Cucumber in the projects. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 78. That is, what are the two files that are required for executing Cucumber test scenarios? So let's get started. So what are those two files, guys, which are required for executing or running the Cucumber test scenarios? They are none other than the feature files and step definitions. Okay, if you have these feature files created and associated step definitions created for these feature files, then you can run your Cucumber test scenarios in your project. So let me practically show you this. For that, I'll quickly switch to this Eclipse IDE, where we have this Cucumber project, okay, or framework, you can say. You see here, first of all, we have these feature files. For example, we have this login.feature file having all these scenarios written in the Gherkin language. Okay, these feature files are the main ones. And other things that are required is all the steps for the scenarios in this feature file need to be implemented. For that, for all these feature files, we should create associated step definition classes. Like for login.feature file, we'll create login.java. For register.feature file, we'll create a register.java under step definitions, and such.feature files under feature package has associated such.java under step definitions, and so on. Okay, so these are the main ones, guys. If you have the step definitions created and feature files created, you can run your Cucumber tests. So on the top of that, in addition to these feature files and step definitions, to organize them in a better way. For example, here you see the feature files are organized under SRC test resource under the feature package, whereas the step definition classes are organized under the step definitions package of this SRC test Java. Okay. So like this, they are organized at a different locations. When they are organized at a different locations, it's not easy. It is not possible for us to run the feature files and, if they're under the same package, like step definitions and feature files are under the same package, we can run the feature files directly with these two files. But if they are organized at different locations in the project, then one more file is also required, that is runner file, guys. Okay. So you can give any name for this runner file here. And on the top of the runner files, we'll create this Cucumber options and all to connect the feature files with the step definitions and other stuff. Okay. So these are the three files I believe are important, guys. That is feature files, step definition files, and runner class. But here the question is asked like, what are the two files required for executing the Cucumber test scenarios? Since they're clearly asking about two files, you just mention them as the highest priority. In highest priority, you have to mention them as feature files and step definitions, assuming that they are part of the same package. But you can explain additional information if required. Apart from this, if they're organized in different packages, we go and create the runner class, and using the runner class also we can run the Cucumber test scenarios. Like in addition, if you give the answer, the interviewer will get convinced and he will get to know that you have more knowledge on this automation. Okay, on this question and Cucumber and all the stuff. So hope guys you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 79. That is, which language is used or understood by Cucumber? Let me answer. So, Cucumber understands only one language, that is Gherkin language. In Gherkin language, we have different keywords like feature, scenario, given, when, then, and, but, and scenario outline, examples. These are the different keywords of this Gherkin language, guys. And this Gherkin language is understood by Cucumber. And we use this Gherkin language for creating the different scenarios in the feature file. And this is the only language that can be understood by Cucumber, guys. Okay, Cucumber tool or framework. So let me show you practically. So if you see this project here, it is a Cucumber project, guys. Okay, framework on Cucumber and all. You see there are some feature files. Okay, inside the feature files, you see the scenarios are written with the help of this Gherkin keywords. Okay, from the Gherkin language, these keywords came, and this is the only language that Cucumber understands. Okay, or uses, and Cucumber uses this Gherkin language to create the scenarios in this feature file. Okay, or to understand what is written inside the feature files, Cucumber uses Gherkin language. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. Okay, and we'll be able to answer if this particular question is asked for you in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 80. That is, what is meant by a feature file, or what is a feature file simply? So let me answer. So in Cucumber projects, we create a file with .feature extension known as a feature file. Okay, in Cucumber projects, we have to create this kind of files with extension known as .feature, and this extension provided files are known as feature files. And what do we do inside these feature files after creating? What is the purpose of creating these feature files? Inside this dot feature or feature files, we create test scenarios using Gherkin language. Okay, since Cucumber understands the Gherkin language, inside these feature files, we'll create different scenarios. Okay, under the feature files, we'll create some scenarios by using the Gherkin language keywords like given, when, then, feature, and all those stuff, and but. Okay, all these keywords we use. So let me practically explain or show you this feature file so that you can get connected to this or understand this feature file in a better way. So let me quickly switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this Cucumber project or Cucumber framework, whatever you want to call. Okay, let me expand this framework that I have created or project I have created. So somewhere here under SRC test resources, okay, under SRC test resources, under the features package of this project, I created the feature files. You see login.feature file, register.feature file, search.feature file. How to create these feature files? Just right click on this package where you want to create the feature files in this project. Select new and select file option. And when this create new dialog comes up, just give some name. Let's say I'll give sample. Okay, don't want to take up any future functionality name here. Login, register, search are there. I'll simply say sample dot extension should be feature, guys. Okay, extension should be dot feature and click on finish. The if Eclipse Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin is already installed in your Eclipse IDE, then you will be able to see this kind of thing and a kind of icon here. Okay, without that Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, not without that plugin installed, this kind of thing will not appear for you. You'll get app not found error. Okay, so it's better that you install the Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin before you create the feature file. Okay, to create the feature file or to work with the feature file, we need that Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin installed in our Eclipse IDE. Okay, once you have installed that and once you create this feature file in this way, just now I showed you, right? Okay, right click new file and then give the name of the file and dot feature extension. You'll get this code. You see some sample feature file things are coming. All these things are in the Gherkin language. You see feature is a keyword from Gherkin language. Scenario is a keyword from Gherkin language. Given and when, all these are the keywords. Okay, from the Gherkin language. A lot of stuff. Okay, so we will be writing the test scenarios using the Gherkin language as Cucumber understand the Gherkin language inside these feature files. And later for each and every step in this feature file, okay, we will implement the code in the step definition classes. For example, I'll just go back and in the for example, you see in the login.feature file that I already created as part of this project, I have created some scenarios here. Okay, scenarios like five scenarios I have created. Let's take this scenario. In this, there is a step, right? In this test scenario, we have a step. User navigates to login page, and this particular step is implemented in this login.java file. You see, user navigates to login page, right? Here you see user navigates to login page step is implemented. Okay, here we have written some Selenium code and all. So feature files. When you run the feature files, you see the methods which are implemented for these steps in the step definition classes will be invoked, and that's how the automation scripts will run. So hope guys you've got a detailed idea. Okay, let me delete this sample.feature file. Just for sample, I created that. Okay, for demo purpose, I created. So this is what is all about a feature file, guys. Okay, so I cannot go more depth. Okay, this much of explanation is more than enough. Okay, when this particular question is asked in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 81. That is, what does a feature file consist of? Let me answer. Feature file consists of test scenarios which are built using Gherkin language keywords like given, when, then, and, but, example, scenario outline, background. These are all the keywords from the Gherkin language. By using this Gherkin language keywords along with the English statements, okay, along with the English statements, these scenarios are created inside the feature files. But who will understand these scenarios which are built using these Gherkin keywords and the English statements? Cucumber will be able to understand these Gherkin language keywords, and thereafter it will be able to understand the scenarios which are created inside the feature file. But if anyone asks you in the interview, what does a feature file consist of? Before explaining all this stuff, first you have to mention that feature files will consist of scenarios, test scenarios, a set of test scenarios, okay, will be there in the feature file. And then you can say that these scenarios are built with the help of Gherkin language keywords like given, when, then, and, but, example, scenario outline, background, and many more, okay? And these Gherkin language keywords, along with the combination of English statements, will be able to understood by the Cucumber tool. Okay. So in Eclipse IDE, guys, in Eclipse IDE, okay. So if you create a feature file, you'll not be able to create it. Okay. You will get some error like app not found error kind of thing. Okay. When you try to create a feature file in the Eclipse IDE, you'll get an error if you don't have this Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin installed in your Eclipse IDE. Okay. So here you have this Eclipse IDE and you have this Cucumber project. And here under the features package, we have created some feature files. Okay. If I right click on this package and select new and select file and just create a file, feature file like, sample dot extension should be feature. Okay. This is a click on finish. You see in this case, my feature file is getting created because in Eclipse IDE, I have already installed Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. There's a plugin which doesn't come by default in Eclipse IDE that you have to install it. Okay. Then only the feature files will be recognized and they will be created in this Eclipse IDE projects. Okay. And also you see there is an icon coming saying that Cucumber tool is able to detect this feature file. Okay. It's adding the Cucumber icon here. Okay. That means the feature file is detected by the Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin here. And also it's auto generating this feature file with some sample scenarios. You see, these are the scenarios I'm talking about. Someone asks you, what does the feature file consist of? It contains some test scenarios. Okay. It contains the test scenarios which are built using the Gherkin language keywords like scenario, given, and, when, and, then, and, but kind of things, and examples, feature keyword, scenario outline, okay, background. Many other keywords are there, guys, which are not available here. But this is the sample feature file. Okay. So hope guys, and Cucumber tool will understand all these Gherkin language keywords and all, okay, which are built inside this, which are used inside this feature files for creating the scenarios. Okay. Cucumber can understand this Gherkin language. Let me delete this file so that things will be intact. Fine. Okay. So hope guys, you understood what does a feature file consist of. It contains what? It contains the test scenarios which are built using the Gherkin language and the English statements, which can be understood by the Cucumber tool. So that's all for this session. Hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 82. That is, what are various Gherkin language keywords which are used in or which you have used in Cucumber projects? Let me answer this question for you. Okay. So what are the different or various Gherkin language keywords which are used in the Cucumber projects? So in Cucumber projects, we create the feature files. Inside the feature files, we create different scenarios. Okay. We create different scenarios inside the feature files. That feature files consists of several Gherkin keywords for building the scenarios or specifying the feature file and all those stuff. We need to use Gherkin language keywords in this Cucumber project feature files. What are that different Gherkin keywords we generally use? I'm going to cover that in this session. So I'm categorizing this Gherkin keywords, Gherkin language keywords used in the feature files of the Cucumber projects into two categories. That is mainly used. What are the keywords that we generally use or mainly use? Okay. What are the remaining other keywords? I want to cover the entire list, but here mainly used one are here and not generally used are here in the other section. Okay. So coming to the mainly used, we use keywords like feature, guys. Okay. So let me make it practical also. This particular session, I'll make it practical. So the first keyword, Gherkin language keyword that we use in the feature files of this Cucumber projects are feature keyword. Okay. So here, if you go to this Eclipse IDE, here I have already created in this Cucumber project, I already created some feature files here. I'll open one of the feature file, let's say search.feature file. If you clearly observe this search.feature file, there is a Gherkin keyword known as feature keyword from Gherkin language. Okay. Inside this feature file that Cucumber can understand. So what is the use of this feature keyword? Feature followed by colon symbol you have to generally use, and followed by that you have to specify the name of the feature for which you are going to create the scenarios for. So this is search.feature. It is a search functionality feature. Okay, that's what I have written here. Okay, to mention that we have to provide the. If you don't mention this, there is a problem with the feature file. Okay, you have to compulsory mention the feature keyword before writing the scenarios in this feature file. Okay. So all these scenarios belong to which functionality? Search functionality. That is nothing but the feature. Okay, with the help of feature keyword, we have written this functionality of the scenarios that we are writing in this feature file. Okay, so that's the advantage of the feature keyword, using the feature keywords in the feature files of this Cucumber project. Then we have the scenario keyword, guys. Next one is the scenario keyword, and we already have seen here in any of the feature files, we'll have a list of scenarios. You see, Here, for example, I created only these three scenarios, but the search functionality may have a lot of other scenarios. Only for sample case, I created the three scenarios. You see, every scenario, test scenario followed by colon symbol. Okay, this is from the Gherkin language, guys. The scenario keyword is from the Gherkin language, and syntax is you have to write scenario followed by the colon symbol. Okay. So for creating the scenarios and specifying the name of the scenarios, you see, user search for a valid product. That is here. This is a test, nothing but a scenario, test scenario. This is okay. There is one test case you can say, okay, that you are going to automate with the help of this scenario. So for that, we have to mention the scenario Gherkin keyword language, Gherkin language keyword. Okay, user searches for a valid product is one scenario, and second scenario, the name of the scenario or the title of the scenario is user searches for an invalid product. Okay, here user is searching for a valid product. What will happen? We are testing when user searches for an invalid product which is not existing in the application. Then what will happen? So this is the title. We have to provide the title of the scenario followed by scenario keyword, and user searches without any product. That is part of the third scenario. Okay, third scenario title. Like that, any number of scenarios we can have under the feature file, and all these titles of the scenarios should be followed by the scenario Gherkin language keyword. Then we have given, when, then, and, but. Okay, all these keywords, guys, given, when, then, and, but are generally used in the steps of these scenarios. You see, here under the scenario, we are using given, when, and, then. Okay, this and can be used along with given if you have to write multiple lines under the given. Then you have to write and. If you want to write multiple lines under multiple when things, you can follow and after the when also. And then also can have and, guys. Okay. You see here, most of the cases when and, when and, when and are there. Let's see other scenario, other feature files and see given when. You see two ands are coming in after when. Okay. Here two ands, here three ands almost. Okay. When thing. Okay. When most of the cases ands are used with when only, if you can see, but you can also use and with given and also then also. Okay, so to continue the given and then also, similarly your this when is being continued in these three lines. Okay, this is a when part, but if you have multiple lines under when, you have to append that with and. Okay, you can have multiple lines under given. For that, you can also use and after the given if you want, and for after then also you can have and. Okay, and similarly we have but also. I'll cover that later. So guys, why we have to use this given? Given means the precondition. Okay. Given user opens the application. To perform this test, this should be there. Okay. To perform this particular test, first we have to open the application. User has to open the application. Then only user can search for a valid product, right? So given user opens the application is a prerequisite kind of thing for the testing this scenario. When means what? Action. Okay, when this prerequisite is satisfied, then what action the user has to take to perform this test? User has to enter valid product known as HP into the search box field, and user clicks on search button. This is the action to be done by the user. Okay, to enter the valid product and click on search button is the action. Then means what? Result. Then means result. Then what should happen? User should get valid product displayed in the search results. Okay, so if this particular thing doesn't happen, the test will fail, right? Given is a precondition, when is the action, then is the result. Okay, everywhere the same thing is. If you go to the restore feature file, also same thing. Given user navigates to restore account page is a prerequisite when user performs these actions. Okay, all these things are the user performs these actions. Okay, there may be multiple prerequisites where we will use and keyword along with get given. Okay, if you have to have not only this prerequisite but also another prerequisite, you just you'll write this and statement after this given also. And if you have multiple results, you will use and with the then also. Okay, like that and can be used anywhere, guys. Okay, with given, when, and then. Okay, followed by given, when, then you can use and. But here in this example, we are using and with when. So as I mentioned, given is a prerequisite, when is the action, and then is the result. Then is the result. Everywhere the same thing. Okay. So and is a positive action or positive prerequisite or positive result. Okay. In such cases, we'll use and. But if you have a negative result, you see, then user should get user account should get created successfully, but no warning message should be displayed. Okay, such kind of negative statements if you want to write, opposite statements you want to write, something should not happen. If you want to write in these scenarios, then you have to use a but keyword. Okay, and is for the positive. Okay, then user should get created successfully and user should be taken to the so and so page. Okay, like that you can write, but warning message should not be displayed. Okay, so like that we'll use but as an opposite of this and. Okay, So now, these are the basic ones, guys, that we generally use, and the most compulsory used for any feature file. In any feature file, you will find feature, scenario, given, when, then, and end. Okay, but is rarely used. That's okay. Okay, whenever you have a negative thing to add up, opposite things should but this should not happen. Kind of things you want to add up that kind of step, then you will generally go with. But most of the cases will go from feature to end, guys, but is rarely used. And then we have this background. Okay, another. This Gherkin language keyword that we use in the feature files of the Cucumber project is a background. So when we use this background, here one example is there with background, I guess. I don't remember whether I have that or not. Here it is not written though. Nowhere I have used. So when do we use background means, you see, if you have the common prerequisite steps in the beginning of this test, if you have a common prerequisite steps, you see here in this particular scenario, the same step is there. Okay. First step is same. So you can move that into background. Okay. Like this, you can move if you want. Okay. Background. Under the background, you just move this given step. Okay. Cut from here and paste it here. That's it. This is a background step. Okay. So you don't have to write the same step in all the scenarios. Okay. This is a common prerequisite step for all the scenarios. Such kind of common prerequisite steps, you can move into the background case. Okay. So this background step will run before every scenario. Before every scenario, this background step will run. That's the purpose of the background Gherkin language keyword, which is generally written in the feature files of the Cucumber project. Then we have the scenario outline and examples, guys. Scenario outline and examples. We generally use this for data-driven testing purpose. Scenario outline and examples we generally use in the data-driven testing. For example, if you go to the login.feature, here we have scenario outline, guys. Okay. So, and here examples are there. Multiple sets of data. If you want to implement data-driven testing in this Cucumber project automation framework or project, okay, then we have to use scenario outline, guys. Okay, I cannot create the same scenario multiple times for each and every set of data, right? That's not a good idea. Login with valid credentials with this particular data. That's not a good approach, right? So rather what we'll do is the same test case or test scenario should run the number of times the number of sets of data are there. Okay, that means the scenario should run how many times? With three sets of data, three times this. Okay, if you have five sets of data, the test scenario should run five times. For that to happen, we should not be writing scenario here in this kind of data driven testing kind of scenarios. Normal scenarios keyword is not enough. Okay, we have to change the scenario to scenario outline in the data driven test. That means that the scenario outline will contain another keyword known as examples containing the list multiple sets of data here. Okay, for which the test has to execute that many number of times. If you have five sets of data, the scenario outline test will run five times. If you have 10 data sets, then the scenario will run, the scenario will run 10 times. Okay, for which, for implementing that kind of thing, scenario outline and examples, Gherkin language keywords need to be used in the feature files. Okay, then we have data tables, guys. Okay, somewhere here we have the data tables examples also. Register.feature. You see here we have used the data tables. Okay, if you have a lengthy form where you have to fill the data into the fields. Okay, so instead of writing multiple steps like when and kind of things, instead of writing, you see for each and everything, first name you have to write one and here. For last name you have to write one and here. Telephone you have to write, and user enters the telephone number, say this so and so, like that you have to say, and user enters the password 12345. We have to say. So instead of doing that, guys, we can pass all the sets of data. Okay, we can, if you have a lengthy form and if you want to pass all the data into the fields in that lengthy form, you can go with the data table here. Okay, so this particular step in the step definition method, okay, if you go to this register.java, okay, in that user enters the details into the fields will be there. User enters the details into the below fields will be there. Here, all the data that you are passing from all the data that you are passing from this below this step, okay, will go and fall into this data table, guys. From the data table, we'll convert that into the map, okay, and then from the map, we'll enter the data. You see data map dot get of first name, okay. Here, this particular key, if you provide, the value will be retrieved, okay. Like the data tables, okay. For data tables, you will use the pipe symbols, okay. For data tables, we use the pipe symbols. Not only for data tables, guys, we also use the pipe symbol in other case also. That is for data-driven testing also, we have to use the pipe symbol. So it's two things, okay, data tables and data-driven testing. This is a keyword, guys. Okay, here we should call it as symbol, but according to the documentation of this Cucumber, right? According to the documentation of Cucumber, if I write something like this, Cucumber Gherkin keywords, if I type, okay, Gherkin keywords. If I type, I'll be taken to this documentation, Gherkin reference. And in this, you will see that in the documentation of the on the official website of Cucumber, under the Gherkin reference page, you will see that there are list of keywords they have mentioned. They're calling this data tables type symbol also as a keyword, guys. Okay, apart from the English names, symbols also they are calling as data tables, guys. Okay, so that symbols also they are calling as keywords. Okay, for data table, this symbol will use. Okay, that is a keyword they are calling as per the documentation of the Cucumber. And for tags, we generally use @ symbol, guys. Okay, I don't know whether we have this tags here. I don't think there are tags here. We have not mentioned any tags in this particular framework. So here we can provide some tags, right, to customize this. Okay, @ login, all, valid credentials. Okay, these are all user defined tags, guys. But for that to happen, we have to use @ symbol here. Okay, @ symbol we have to use. So these are also keywords we can say. So then comments. If you have to write some comments to explain the underlying scenario, but comments will not be recognized by Cucumber tool, right? Okay, they will not be considered as part of the code or keywords or whatever it is. Okay, they will not be considered as some scenario or feature files. They will not be considered. They are only for explaining the underlying scenarios and all in the feature file. Okay? For that, we have to use hash symbol. Okay, hash symbol is the thing. Okay, if you don't want this particular scenario to run, again the same thing, guys. You just provide hash before all the scenario steps. Okay, like this control / if you press hash is getting added. Okay, this scenario will not be executed anymore. Okay, comments have two purposes. One is to explain the underlying scenario, other one is to disable the steps from execution. Okay, again if you want to run this scenario, again press control / together, all this hash symbols will go off, commenting will go off, and now the scenario will run. Okay, there are two purposes for the comments. And comments also, this symbol comment symbol is also called as a keyword as per the Gherkin documentation. So this is very detailed, guys, but mainly interviewers will expect you to explain about feature, scenario, given, when, then, and. These are the major ones. Okay. Apart from that, they may expect you to explain about the background, scenario outline, and examples. Okay, that's it. And all the other remaining, if you can explain, right, that's okay. You can mention that as per the documentation of Cucumber, this pipe symbol, which is used for data table, is also called as a keyword, though it looks like a symbol. You have to explain it specially, otherwise. Okay. So then we have others. That is rule. Rule keyword is there that we generally don't use much. And like similar to feature scenario, we have the rule keyword that we don't use much. And we have this doc string. Three double quotes will be there. Three double quotes will be there. That is a doc string. Okay. These are the other things which we don't use mainly. Okay. These are the mainly used ones. If you can explain this, all these mainly used keywords, Gherkin keywords that are used in the feature files of the Cucumber project, that will be more than enough, guys. Okay. So hope guys, now you understand and know the various Gherkin keywords which can be used in the feature files of this Cucumber projects. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium interview question 83. That is, what is a scenario outline and its purpose in Cucumber projects? So let me answer. So, what is a scenario outline and its purpose in Cucumber projects? First of all, the scenario outline is a Gherkin language keyword. Who will understand this Gherkin language keywords? Cucumber can understand this Gherkin language keywords. So, scenario outline is one of the Gherkin language keywords and is used along with the other keyword known as examples keyword. Okay, the scenario outline is generally used along with other keyword known as examples keyword from the same Gherkin language. Okay, who will understand this Gherkin language? Cucumber understands the Gherkin language. So, why all these keywords? Simple answer is to automate the data-driven testing in the Cucumber projects, we need the scenario outline and examples keywords. Okay. So let me practically show you. Here is the framework, guys. Okay. Let me close all these files. So let me expand all this. This is a Cucumber project, guys. As you can see here, Cucumber icon is there. It is a Cucumber project. So as part of the framework, all these files are created here. Now let's go to one of the let's say features package. Here under that we have different feature files and all. If you go to this register, login, search, you see there's some highlightations coming up. Okay, sometimes what happens is after using or not using the project for some time, this kind of violations will come even after these steps have the valid step definition files. So right click on this project, guys, and select Maven and say update project. Okay. So whenever you get this kind of violations, you have to do that, guys. Okay. So it's coming now for me, so I'm doing it right away. These violations are gone. Now, if you go to one of the feature file, that is a login.feature file here, you see in this particular scenario, you see there is a keyword used known as scenario outline keyword. And as I already mentioned, scenario outline keyword in Gherkin language will generally be used with another keyword known as examples keyword. Okay. So what is the purpose of these two keywords, scenario outline and examples keyword? The purpose is to perform data-driven testing. There is only one scenario here, test scenario here, but there are multiple sets of data. This is there to achieve the data-driven testing. Here, data will drive the testing, guys. Okay. Depending on the number of data sets available here, that many times this particular scenario need to be executed. Okay. For such kind of scenarios, we have to use a keyword known as scenario outline keyword along with examples where under examples, you have to provide the different sets of the data that you want to run this particular scenario test scenario for. Okay. So here this username will go into this username step and password will go into this password. And this particular scenario will run how many times here? 3 sets of data are there. So this scenario will run 3 times. Okay. If there are 10 sets of data, this same scenario is going to run 10 times. And this is called as data-driven testing. So with these keywords, we are able to automate the data-driven testing in Cucumber projects. So hope guys you understood what is a scenario outline and its purpose in Cucumber projects in this session. So if you get this question, you have to answer something like this. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium Interview Question 84. That is, which programming language is supported by Cucumber? Let me answer. So it's not one single programming language that is supported by Cucumber. Rather, Cucumber supports several programming languages. I'm going to show you all the different programming languages that are supported by Cucumber. Okay. So here is a list of programming languages that are supported by Cucumber like Java, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, C#, .NET, PHP, Perl, and there are others also. Okay. So for example, I'll show you the Java, how Java is supported by Cucumber. I'll show you. Here we have this Eclipse IDE where we have this project. Okay. It's a Cucumber project, guys. Inside that, I'm creating all the Java files. You see, everywhere the Java files are there. The step definitions for this feature files for Cucumber are already written in Java programming language. Okay. So that means Cucumber supports Java programming language. Similarly, Cucumber also supports Ruby, Python, JavaScript, C#, .NET. You can write your development code or automation, test automation code in any of these languages while working with the Cucumber libraries, okay, Cucumber projects. Fine. So these are the major ones. Okay, Java, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, C#, .NET, PHP, Perl are the major programming languages. But there are many other programming languages which are supported by Cucumber. For that, we can go to the official website of Cucumber, guys. Okay, cucumber.io docs installation. You have to go. So just go to this website. And this is the official website of Cucumber, guys. Cucumber.io is the official website of Cucumber. And here you see, these are the list of programming languages which are supported. Cucumber supports Java. Cucumber supports JavaScript in the form of Node.js and other things. Cucumber supports Ruby, okay, Ruby related stuff and other things, C++, okay, different programming languages are supported. You don't have to know everything, but just you can understand that how popular the Cucumber is, that it supports many programming languages like your Android is supported, Kotlin, Scala, okay, Go programming language, C Sharp .NET, in C Sharp, .NET platforms, okay, VB, C Sharp, F hash, all these things. PHP is there, Python is there, many other things, Perl, okay, major ones are already listed. Apart from that, you can come to this page, guys, where you can see different programming languages which are supported by Cucumber, okay. So the major ones that I listed are Java, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, C Sharp, .NET, PHP, Perl, and many other. Okay, it's kind of very popular, guys. Cucumber is very popular in the market, that it is supported by almost all programming languages available in the market. So hope guys you understood the answer for this question. That is, if you have to answer this, it's not a single programming language which is supported by Cucumber, but Cucumber supports several programming languages. The main ones are Java, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, C Sharp, .NET, PHP, Perl, and many other. Okay. So hope you will be able to answer this question if you are facing this particular question in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium interview question 85. That is, what is the purpose of step definition files in Cucumber projects? So let me answer. So in Cucumber projects, we create the associated step definition files for the feature files. Okay. For each and every feature file, we'll create a separate step definition file. So what does this step definition file contain? It contains a set of methods where each and every method is linked to one or more steps of the test scenarios that got created in the feature files of the Cucumber project. Okay. So let me explain this in a practical way so that you can understand what exactly the step definition files are. So here, I'll quickly switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this Cucumber project created. Inside this Cucumber project, we created some feature files. Inside these feature files, we have created the scenarios. These are the scenarios containing some steps. All these scenarios are written using the Gherkin language keyword and the English statements. Okay. So here, for each and every statement written here, okay, we have to implement the code, right? So when you run this particular scenarios of this feature file, which are written in the Gherkin keywords and using the Gherkin keywords and English statements, right? When you run that, what will happen? These steps, which are part of the scenarios, have to run, and these steps need to be implemented. Means the code need to be written for each and every step in the form of, okay, where you will be writing the code for each and every step in the step definition files. You see, here we have the step definition files. For login.feature, we have created login.java step definition class file. For restart.feature, as per the example, we created restart.java step definition file. Such.feature file, we have created step definition class file as such.java. So respective or associated step definition files are created for each and every feature file. Here, what does this Java files will contain? For each and every step that is written here inside the step definition files, okay, we have implemented the logic. You see, user navigates to login page. How it is written here? If you go to the login, user navigates to the login page, step is implemented in the form of a method. So what does the step definition files will contain? Methods. It will contain methods which are linked to one or more steps in this scenarios of the feature file. You see, user navigates to login page is here, user navigates to login page is second scenario also, third scenario also, one or more steps. Okay. And these steps are linked to this particular method. Okay. That particular steps are linked and the feature file scenarios are linked to this particular method in the step definition files. Okay. So when you run these feature files with the help of Cucumber, this step will call this method in the step definition file. Okay, that's what happens, guys. That's how the automation scripts will run. So, hope guys, now you understand. Okay, what is the purpose of step definition files in Cucumber projects? So inside the step definition files, we create methods. Okay, these methods are linked to the one or more steps which are written using Gherkin language and English statements as part of the test scenarios in the feature files of the Cucumber project. Okay, so this is how it works, guys. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is what is the purpose of step definition file in Cucumber. The implementations of the steps, okay, of the test scenarios in the feature files of the Cucumber project are nothing are implemented in the step definition files in the form of methods, guys. That's the simple and straightforward answer. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium interview question 86. That is, what are the major advantages of using a Cucumber framework? Let me answer. Compared to other frameworks, Cucumber framework has lot of advantages. Okay. Out of them, I'm going to explain the major advantages of using a Cucumber framework in your projects of test automation and all. Okay. The first advantage you get by using a Cucumber framework in your projects for test automation is readability. Highest level of readability, guys. No other framework can get this level of readability. Completely in plain English language, we can write the automation scripts. So simple, right? So what is the advantage of this highest level of readability? Even a non-technical people or users can understand what work is going in the test automation. That's a major advantage, guys. Highest form of readability, guys. Okay. as part of norms of the frameworks, any frameworks, guys, readability plays a key role. Okay, so the more readable the framework is, the more better the framework is chosen by the people for their automation. Okay, because they want the non-technical people also to get involved in the projects. Like some people will be there, like business stakeholders. Okay, so business analysts and product owners, they are non-technical people. But they have a lot of knowledge on the business of the application. Okay, what the application business should contain and all. They will have a lot of knowledge, but unfortunately, if your others technical people like developers and testers are not using this kind of cucumber kind of frameworks and all, what happens is those business stakeholders cannot understand what's going on, what work is going on. But luckily, with the help of this cucumber frameworks, okay, this readability went to a highest level where even the business stakeholders who are non-technical generally can also understand what the automation testers are working on, and they can clearly understand what work is going on. They can track the progress and they can discuss, they can do whatever it is. Okay, so such kind of highest form of readability is there. I'll show you one example also practically. I'll show you how the readability is high here. If you can come here, this is a cucumber framework, guys. This is a sample cucumber framework. You can see, you go to any of the feature file, you see all the automation scenarios, all the test automation scenarios are completely written inside the plain English. So does that mean that non technical code will not be written? No, guys. Technical code will be written, but front end will be this English format scenarios, which are properly formatted and written using the English statements. Okay. Here, Gherkin language in combination with the English languages are being used to format this scenarios in a better way. So any business analyst or non-technical user can understand. Okay, as per the BDD, you see, as per the BDD, behavior-driven development. Okay, the there will be a trio kind of people, guys. Okay, we generally call them as three amigos kind of thing. So those are nothing but this business analyst, developers, and testers. They have to interact very well. Okay, so this is possible now. Okay, in automation also, the automation also can be communicated well between the developers, business analysts, and the testing team now by implementing this kind of cucumber thing. Okay, cucumber framework. By using the cucumber framework, these kind of things are possible where we are using Gherkin language and which cucumber tool can understand, and the English statements following along with the keywords, Gherkin keywords to format the test scenarios or to understand or make the organization of the scenarios very well. Okay. So readability is at the highest peak level, guys. Okay. No other framework can have this level of readability. Second one is code reusability. It's simplest form of code reusability, I can say. Okay. You don't have to do a lot of hard work here. Very simple form of code reusability, guys. For example, user navigates to login page. This particular step is written here in the first scenario. And same step, user navigates to login page in the second scenario also. User navigates to login page. Third scenario also, user navigates to login page. Fourth scenario, user navigates to login page in the five on all the five scenarios, whatever scenarios that are there in the login.feature file. You have seen this scenario. So for every step, we don't write separate code. Okay. You see, this is a login.feature file. Associatedly, we'll create a step definition files, Java files like a login.java, where this particular method is implemented. User navigates to login page step is implemented with the help of this method where some Selenium code is written inside this method. This method is written only once, but as per the readability, you see this step is calling the same method, same method. The step in the second scenario is also calling the same method. You see how simple the reusability has been transformed into in this case of Cucumber frameworks, right? This is another advantage of using the Cucumber frameworks, guys. Code reusability also is at the highest peaks. Simple and effective reporting is okay. Simple. You don't have to go with some additional, right? Additional advanced reporting mechanism, okay, or third-party reporting mechanism to integrate this Cucumber frameworks, because Cucumber framework by default comes up with, okay, a kind of a report generation mechanism. Okay, it's very simple to generate the reports. Okay, so sophisticated, very simple and effective way, guys. Simply, guys, here we have to give some we have to create some runner class. Inside the runner class, you have to provide the plugin. Just provide the small plugin, guys, HTML plugin, and just mention the location where you want to generate this report on the top, on the as a cherry on the top of the cake. You can even add, okay, you can even add screenshots to the report. Logging mechanism is not at all required. If you see the other frameworks, guys, we need a lot of third-party stuff for advanced reports, logging mechanism, I mean, screenshot, embedding the screenshot, listeners. A lot of things are required in other frameworks, guys. But this one is very simplest, where simply provide this plugin here in the runner class, and all is all set, guys. Okay. The mechanism for adding the attaching the screenshot is very simple. We don't have to use any listeners kind of classes and all this here. It's very simplest form, guys. Just provide this plugin and a report will be generated in the provided location under the target, under the Cucumber reports folder. You see a report is generated and these reports look very good. Okay. So it has all the details in a proper format. You see where the execution has done, how many got failed. You see proper report, guys. Logs are not required here. Steps of the feature file, scenarios of the feature file are nothing but the logs here. We can know which step got executed and all automatically. You don't have to specially write the logs here or generate the logs here. They are coming automatically in the report. So sophisticated and simple, guys. Okay. And if any particular test or step fails, you see automatically it is adding the details for the failure of this particular step, and also it's attaching a screenshot here. Okay. So you see very simple, it's very simple to attach a report in this frameworks. Okay. So these are the major advantages, guys. Okay, readability, code reusability, simple and effective and sophisticated way of reporting with advanced reporting features. We don't have to go for any other third-party things for logging, reporting, screenshot attachment, and all those stuff. Okay, so simple, and these are the major advantage I can say. And setup of framework compared to other frameworks is much easier, guys. Okay, you don't need a lot of technologies. Okay, simple. Third-party technologies are as much reduced as possible. You can say that because you see, for reading the data, you don't need a external Excel file because you will pass the data from the same feature file itself. From here itself, you are passing the data. You don't have to again create some libraries and all for reading the data from Excel files and getting into the programs. That is not at all required. In the feature files itself, you'll mention the data and data will go into the code. Okay, so much simple. Okay, so it's a lighter framework, simple to set up and compared to other frameworks, guys. And a lot of other things like I already told you about reporting, how it is simple in forms of reporting. Same thing applies to the for passing the data. But data driven testing also is very simple, guys. Okay, in this framework, the data driven testing is also very simple. If you go to the login.feature file here, you see how simple we have written the data driven testing scenario here. Just by using the Gherkin keywords, it is possible. Cucumber makes Cucumber frameworks make this job of the tester very easier, where setup of the different framework components is much easier. Along with this, a lot of advantages we have. Okay, in the framework, fine readability and code reusability, simple and effective form of reporting, passing the data from the feature files instead of from the Excel files. Okay, and logging mechanism is very simple here. The steps are nothing but the logs. Okay, they'll convert into logs, and many more advantages may be there, guys. But these are the major advantages I can say. Okay, of using the Cucumber frameworks, because I have used TestNG hybrid framework, Cucumber framework, but I felt like Cucumber framework is having a lot of advantages over the TestNG framework. Okay, and all because of this kind of interesting things. Main thing is readability, guys. Highest form of readability. Remaining all are fine, but readability is the number one major advantage of Cucumber frameworks. Okay. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. Or if you get this kind of question in the interviews, you can answer something like this, and you have covered a lot. Okay, already. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 87. That is, provide an example of a feature file in Cucumber framework. Let me answer. So I just need to provide an example of a feature file in Cucumber framework as part of this question, guys. It is very simple, guys. I can practically show you. Okay, as part of practical demonstration, I can practically show you how does a feature file in a Cucumber framework looks like. Okay, a proper example I'll show you, guys. For that, I'll quickly switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this Cucumber framework creator. And so the question asked is about a feature file. How does a feature file look like? So this is how a feature file will be looking like this in the Cucumber frameworks. Okay. So here in the Eclipse IDE, when you try to create a feature file, what happens is, okay, if you the feature file will be created, guys. But the problem is if you don't have a plugin known as a Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin installed, okay, in this Eclipse IDE, you are going to get an error known as app not found error. Okay. By default, you cannot create the feature files in the Cucumber frameworks. Okay. in the inside the Eclipse IDs, because Eclipse ID will not come by default with that Cucumber Eclipse ID plugin. So you may face an error, guys. So you have to install that plugin first. Okay, in the Eclipse ID, you have to first install Cucumber Eclipse ID plugin. Then Cucumber tool will be able to recognize all these feature files. Okay, by default, Eclipse will not be able to recognize these feature files, but Cucumber tool will be able to recognize. If not, if you don't have that Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin installed in your mesh and your Eclipse IDE, then you are going to get app not found error. Once you have Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin installed, this feature files will be recognized with Cucumber tool. You see a Cucumber icon is coming. Okay, this is how the feature files will look like. Okay, in the Cucumber framework, this is how the feature files will look like. And if you open any of the feature files, for example, such.feature, right? Okay, this is an example, guys. This is a perfect example of a feature file, guys. It contains a list of scenarios, you see, a list of scenarios related to this. For example, here such.feature file belong to such functionality. A list of scenarios will be there, where inside this feature file, lot of Gherkin language keywords will be used, okay? Who will understand all these Gherkin language keywords like feature, background, scenario, given, when, then, and. All these kind of keywords are understood by whom? They are understood by Cucumber tool. Cucumber can understand all these Gherkin language keywords, and inside the feature file, uh, we will use these Gherkin language keywords along with the English statements here. Using English language statements along with the Gherkin language keywords are used together to create the scenarios. Okay, a good number of scenarios inside the feature files. This is how a feature file will look like. Okay, feature, scenario, under scenario, given, when, then, and kind of thing will be there. Okay, if you go to another one like register.feature, you can see here. Okay, this is how the feature files will look like. Scenario, this is the title of the scenario, and under that, given, this is a Gherkin language keyword. User navigates to the register account page. When, these are the actions to be taken by the user for performing this test. And is a continuation of this when kind of action condition. Then is the result kind of thing. Okay, like this. This is a perfect example, you can say, guys, for a feature file. Okay, the scenarios in the feature file or whatever it is, the feature file, etc. Okay, then you can create any number of scenarios in this feature file, and here the title of the feature file will be there. We have to mention the title of the feature file with the feature keyword, and under that we can create any number of scenarios, scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, with the help of the scenario keyword. Under that scenario, we'll use this given, when, and then kind of Gherkin language keywords. So hope, guys, you have seen the example of the feature file that is used in one of the Cucumber frameworks. Okay, as part of this okay practical demonstration I have done. So hope you will be able to answer this question in the interviews. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium interview question 88. That is, provide an example of scenario outline in Cucumber framework or Cucumber projects. So let me answer. So I have to provide an example of a scenario outline using a scenario outline in Cucumber framework or Cucumber projects, guys. It is very simple, guys. It's a very simple question. I can practically show you a example of a scenario using a scenario outline in Cucumber framework or Cucumber projects. So quickly, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I have this framework. Okay, that is Cucumber framework or Cucumber project, whatever you want to call. So inside this framework, okay, here I created some sample feature files. In one of this feature file, we have the scenario outline mentioned. Okay, so let's say if I go to this login.feature file, the first scenario has a scenario outline. Okay, this is a perfect example, you can say, for a scenario outline, guys. So scenario outline is generally used to implement data-driven testing. Okay, if you want to automate the data-driven tests in Cucumber projects, then we have to use this keyword from Gherkin language known as scenario outline in Cucumber projects. And along with the scenario outline, there is one more keyword which accompanies this keyword known as examples keyword, under which will provide multiple sets of data. That means the same scenario will be executed the number of times the test data is provided here. That means here 3 sets of data are there. That means the scenario will be executed how many times? 3 times. If you have 10 sets of data here under this scenario, then this particular test will run 10 times. Okay. For such kind of scenarios, for normal scenarios in this Cucumber projects, we use scenario Gherkin language keyword. But for data-driven test kind of scenarios in the Cucumber projects, we have to use scenario outline along with the examples keyword, where you have to provide the multiple sets of data. This data will be passed to this, this steps, okay, this less than greater than kind of things in the steps, and the scenario will be running the number of times the data is provided. Okay, this is a perfect example. Okay, if you can see here, whatever the highlighted area is a perfect example for a scenario, using a scenario outline in Cucumber framework or Cucumber projects. Okay, it looks like a same like scenario, but it is a data driven test scenario, guys. Okay, so normal scenarios will have scenario, whereas data driven test related scenarios will have scenario outline along with examples keyword to make this possible, data driven automation testing possible. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer Selenium interview question 89. That is, what is the purpose of behavior driven development methodology in real world? Okay, we generally use this behavior driven development methodology in software projects in real world. Okay, so either you can use traditional methodology of developing in the real world projects of the software, or you can use behavior driven development methodology for developing the softwares, okay, in the real world. So if you understand the difference between this traditional way of developing the softwares and behavior driven way of developing the software, you can understand the exact purpose of this behavior driven development methodology. So let me now explain that for you. Okay. So on the left side, I'll type traditional development. Okay. How the traditional approach will be there, traditional development. And this side, I'll write down behavior driven development. Okay. These are the two development methodologies we have. Okay. The general one, the general development methodology is the traditional development, guys. Okay. But the right side one is a special one, that is behavior driven development. Okay. How they are different? Let's understand. Coming to the traditional development. Okay, coming to the traditional development, here you see there will be a client, okay, who want a particular software to be developed. So the client will outsource this particular development requirement as a project to some company. Okay, some company, the client will outsource the project. Okay, this company has to develop the software for this client. For that, in return, the client will pay the amount for this company for serving them. Okay, for delivering the software. Okay, for developing the software, the required software according to the client given requirements. But here, the moment this company receives a project as a requirement from the client, this company, there will have some members will be there. Okay, there will be some development team working in this project. Okay, now will be assigned to this project to work on to serve this client. This development team will, as per the traditional development, how do they develop the software? They'll collect all the requirements from the client and they will start developing the software according to client given requirements, according to the client given requirements. Here, while they are developing the software according to the client given requirements, the main focus of this development team will be how to develop the software. Okay, how to develop the software according to the requirements. How to develop the software is the main question they will ask themselves. Okay, they're not worried about what need to be developed. These development team, as part of traditional development, are worried about how to develop, which technologies we have to use, which architecture we have to use, which programming language we have to use, how many resources are required, what is the timeline that is required. All this fall into how to develop the software. But they are not focusing on one thing mainly, that is what need to be developed, what exactly the client wants for the software to be developed. Okay, what are the actual requirements that the client is asking for us to develop? That is not the focus point here. The main point is how many resources are there, how many technologies we have to use, what is the timeline, okay, all this stuff, what is architecture we have to design, like that they are thinking. But what exactly is a requirement given by the client, what exactly need to be developed is not the point here. It is there somewhere. Okay, I'm not saying that in traditional development they will not ask this question like what to be developed, but that is not given the focus. I'm saying the focus point is not what to be developed. The focus here, the focus point I mean to say, okay, the focus point is how to develop this. Okay, technicalities are more important, given more importance than the things that they want. In behavior driven development, it will be different, guys. You see, the client will be there, the company will be there, the client will be giving the project development project to this okay company, and the company, the resources in this company have to work on them. But if they are following this BDD kind of approach for developing the software, okay, to serve this client, that particular, to develop the software for this client, in that case, this development team will focus more on what need to be developed, what needs to be developed. Okay, what needs to be developed is more important than how to develop this. This is the main point in the case of BDD. What should be the behavior of the software? That's why they are saying behavior driven development. Okay, here technicalities are not driving the development. Here in traditional development, technicalities that are required for developing the software or building the software are given more importance than what need to be developed. But in behavior driven development, more than the technicalities and the architectures and all, what exactly the client wants is given more focus. For this to happen, for this team to give more importance or focus to the what need to be developed, the communication should be good. Here in traditional development, the main problem is communication. Client asks for something, developers will develop something because the communication is not good. Once the client hands over the requirements, the developers will start working, and poor communication will be there. Okay, throughout the project, the business team from the client and developers and testers from this company will not interact much in the traditional development. But in this behavior driven development, what need to be developed is more important. So since it is given more focus, ultimately the communication between the business team of this client and the developers and testers here should be intact. Should be intact, guys. Okay. So they have to communicate in plain English. Okay. So developers and testers generally do the stuff in technical stuff, but the business people will not understand because they are non-technical people. So whatever the work these developers and testers are doing, what they will do is they will implement that in plain English language, so that these business people also can know that what the work is happening, and the requirements are enforced here. Okay, the work happening is on the top of the requirements, guys. Okay, so feature files will be created, scenarios will be created by this testing team. Developers based on the approved feature files and scenarios only, they will develop the code. Testers also will write automation scripts for the approved scenarios, okay, in the feature files, which are written in plain English language that everyone can understand. By improvising the communication here, whatever the work they are doing, they are communicating in English, guys. Okay, requirements are in English. Requirements are transformed into the work also in English by the development and testing team of the project. So here communication is given more importance and focus is put on the what needs to be developed rather than how to be developed. Okay. So how to be developed will come later, but first point is what to be developed, what needs to be developed, what should be the behavior of the application is communicated more between this okay three people, that is a business team, development team, and testing team. Okay, we generally call them as three amigos in this BDD approach. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for this question. That is, what is the purpose of behavior driven development methodology as part of developing the software in real world? Okay, so coming to the traditional development. Okay, traditional development. If you talk about the traditional develop meant if you talk about the traditional development, focus is more on how to develop. Technicalities are given more importance. But coming to the behavior driven development, the focus is more on what should be the behavior of the software that we are going to develop. That is, what to be developed is given more importance, guys, rather than how to be developed. Okay, how it need to be developed. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer Selenium Interview Question 90. That is, what is the limit for the maximum number of scenarios that can be written inside a single feature file? Let me answer this question for you. So what is the limit for the maximum number of scenarios that can be included in the feature file? There's no particular limit, guys, but we have to think in a more proper way. Like you see, maintaining the feature file or reading the feature file should not become difficult for us. Okay, that's the main agenda. So if you go through the articles online and all, they generally say that maximum it should not reach 10 more than 10 scenarios. Okay, or someone says that okay it should be up to 3 to 5 scenarios only. Okay, so it may not be a specific number, guys. Okay, it should not be more than 10. We can say to some point of, okay, because in general average a scenario will contain minimum 5 steps. Let's assume that 50 lines is good. Okay, 50 lines is good. And if you write more than 50 lines, what will happen? There will be a problem, guys. Okay, though it's not a strict rule to have exactly nor like 10, and it should not have more than 10. So some scenarios, some feature files may have 12 also. There's no restriction. Okay, some feature files may have 12 also. There's no problem. But on an average, it should be 10 scenarios, guys. Maximum of 10 scenarios on an average. If a particular scenario contains 5 to 6 steps, right? The 10 scenarios is fine. Okay, and if you're getting more scenarios into same feature file, right? Right, what happens, the feature file will become very lengthy, and you have to scroll down a lot to find the required scenario in that particular feature file. You have to put a lot of efforts. That's one problem, because of which readability will get disturbed, right? You have to find the required scenario will take a lot of time, and also right implementing that scenarios, okay, in the step definition files also will become difficult, guys, because you have to make sure, because for everything you have to scroll. Okay, for everything you have to scroll and find the required method for that particular step, and all the maintenance of that particular thing will also become difficult. That's the only reason, guys. Okay, so we cannot give a particular answer for this, but we can say that there's no particular strict rule, but we have to create the scenarios in a particular feature file to its extent. That means it should not become difficult for the user to scroll while reading the scenarios in the feature file, or while writing the scripts for this code for this steps in the feature file. It should not become difficult for the user to maintain the code. Okay, because a lot of methods need to be created in step definition files. If there are a lot of steps in a single feature file, you see, the bigger the step definition file methods will become. Okay, the bigger the count, the step definition file methods will become, and it will become difficult for us to maintain it. Simple answer here is depends on project to project, guys. Okay, if someone asks you about the limit for the maximum number of scenarios that can be included in the feature file, it depends on project to project. Where some scenarios will be complex, guys. There, in that case of complexity, if they're having 10 steps, you can have only five scenarios on an average, right? You should not go beyond 50 lines. That looks, right? You have to scroll a lot, and maintenance of those steps as per the implementation will become difficult. So we cannot have a specific number here. Some projects scenarios are very simple. 10 scenarios are fine. Some projects scenarios are very complex. We cannot say 3 scenarios may be fine in some cases. Okay, we cannot go beyond 3 scenarios, because with 3 scenarios only very lengthy scenarios are there. Okay, lot of steps. So we cannot have more than 3. Depends, guys. 3 to 10, something like that. Okay, depends on the complexity of project. Not a strict rule though. Only thing we have to think about that is if the feature file becomes lengthy because of so many number of scenarios having so many number of steps, that will make the readability or finding the scenario in that particular feature file difficult. And obviously, when the feature file becomes lengthy, the implementation of the code for the each and every step in the feature file in the step definition files, that maintenance part also will become difficult. Okay. So in that cases, when you feel that, okay, we cannot give a particular length, I mean to say, right? Already that is clear. Okay. There's no particular rule. Some projects it is 10, some projects it is 3, some projects it is 5, depending on the complexity of the project is the answer. But it is recommended if you feel that your feature file is becoming lengthy because of uh, scenarios having good number of lines, or because of having more number of scenarios, whatever the reason may be, you have to divide that scenarios into specific feature files. Okay, you have to create somehow you have to ideate and separate, categorize that feature file into multiple feature files having their own steps, scenarios and steps. Okay, to better organize them, and to for better maintenance, and for better finding the scenarios in the feature files. There's a better approach, guys. Okay, so hope, guys, you got the answer. Okay, if you search through the entire day, you'll not get a particular answer. Someone will say 3, someone will say 5, someone will say 10. Okay, it all depends on project to project, and it all depends on the length of the feature file. Okay, simply length of the feature file, and that length of the feature file is dependent on the complexity of the scenarios that you are writing. Some scenarios may require you to write more steps. Some scenarios may require you to write less steps. Okay, if less steps means more scenarios will come. If more steps means less scenarios will come, you have to decide by yourself. There's no particular count. But the feature file should not become lengthy. And if it is a possibility where if you feel that it's going out of right, lot of lengthy documentation, you can feel that, right? In that case, divide that feature file into multiple feature files. That is an ideal solution. Okay, just give this kind of answers in the interviews, guys. If you get this kind of interviews, you have to give it clearly. Okay, don't say 3, 5, 10. Okay, so give your way. Okay, so you should think and give. Okay, so anyone can say that. Okay, so feature file should not become lengthy. That's the main intention. So depending on the complexity of the project, there may be 3 scenarios in a feature file or 5 scenarios in a project, file and 10 scenarios. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the use of background keyword in Cucumber? So let's get started. Cucumber understands a language known as Gherkin language, which contains a lot of keywords, where background is one of them. So background is a keyword which belongs to the Gherkin language. But what is the use of this background keyword? With the help of this background keyword, we can remove the duplication of prerequisite steps of the scenarios in a feature file. What does this mean? Let me practically demonstrate so that you will understand in a proper way. I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this sample feature file known as login.feature in this example. So there are 3 scenarios. There are multiple scenarios, right? For count in this example, there are 3 scenarios. In every scenario, if you see some prerequisite steps, prerequisite means in the beginning steps, which are common steps, okay? From the beginning, if you see how many steps are common, those are the prerequisite steps. In these examples, in these scenarios, only the first step is common. You see, first step, which is prerequisite step is common. I navigate to login page, I navigate to login page, I navigate to login page is common. From here onwards, the steps are differing, okay? So I enter valid is there, I enter invalid is there, I don't enter is there, which are different steps. Till here, in this scenario, this step is common. You can have multiple steps as common prerequisite steps also, but here in this example, only one step is a prerequisite common step. Such kind of prerequisite common steps, instead of duplicating, instead of writing this here, instead of duplicating or writing this here in the second scenario again duplicating this or writing again in the third scenario, to avoid that, we can use a keyword in Gherkin known as background keyword. Okay, Gherkin provides a keyword known as background keyword. And under this background keyword, you just put this prerequisite step, which is common prerequisite step for all the scenarios. Okay. So remove that. Tomorrow, if we have this 100 scenarios in the same feature file, first prerequisite step, if it is common across all 100, instead of duplicating that prerequisite step in all the 100 scenarios, you just write it once here and you don't have to mention that again in every scenario. Okay. You see, it's not duplicated in the scenarios. No, it's made centralized or commonized under the background keyword. So let's see whether this thing is working or not. Okay, whether this prerequisite step I navigate to login page is running before every scenario or not, because we have moved it into the background keyword. Still, it should work for every scenario. The first step should be I navigate to login. So already have created some step definitions here. If you can have a glance on this login.java, I navigate to login page. This prerequisite common step is implemented already. Okay, a print statement I have put instead of writing the real Selenium code. This is just the focus of this question is more on the Cucumber, right? So I just put the print statements here, okay? Here also, every step in this scenario, scenarios of the feature file are implemented in this login.java. Now let me run this feature file, right click and run this feature file, right click run as Cucumber feature. Let's see whether I navigate to login page is, getting printed for every scenario or not. You see, I navigate to login page. Even though I moved it to the background, still it is running before this common preset step is working or running before every scenario. I navigate to login page, I navigate to login page, I navigate to login page. This step is running, and because of this print statement is getting printed. So hope guys you understood what exactly is the use of background keyword in Cucumber. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what symbol is used for parameterization in Cucumber? Let me answer this for you. We use a symbol known as less than and greater than symbol in parameterization in Cucumber. Let me practically demonstrate that, okay? So along with this symbol, okay, this symbol is not enough for parameterization in Cucumber. Along with this symbol, we also have to use some keywords from Gherkin language, that is scenario outline keyword and examples. Along with these two keywords, we are going to use the symbol less than, greater than symbol for implementing the parameterization, that is data-driven kind of testing in Cucumber. Let me practically demonstrate this so that you'll understand it more better way. So I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this project under SRC test Java under the test package. I'm right clicking here and creating a new file. I'll name this as login dot feature. Okay, login dot feature. It is a login dot feature file. Okay, click on finish. The feature file will be created. So it's created and some default content is coming. I'll just remove this content and I'll freshly write the stuff. I'll use a keyword known as feature keyword. I'll say login functionality. I'll just take one scenario. In this example, I am going to create only one scenario. But in real time, you can have multiple scenarios created under a single feature file. But for this case, just for a demonstration of that parameterization thing, I'll only write down one scenario for you. That is, I'll say login with the valid credentials. Okay. Here I'll write down given I navigate to login page. When I enter valid email address, okay, say here I have to give less than and greater than symbols. Okay. This is a symbol we use in parameterization. So I enter valid email address, say, here I'll say email and valid password, say password. So either you can write them in separate lines or let me write them in separate lines instead of providing email and password in same line, which is making this statement a bit lengthy. So I'll say I enter valid email address, say email into the email field and I enter valid password, say password into the password field. So here we have to use less than and greater than symbol for parameterization and I click on login button. Then what should happen? Then I should get successfully logged in. These are the steps I have written, scenario steps. And here, since I have I'm trying to parameterize with the help of this less than and greater than symbol. So here instead of scenario, I have to write down scenario outline. And also if there is scenario outline, at the end of the scenario outline or scenario, we have to provide these examples keyword. And now write 5 symbols. And here copy this email. So from example string, we are going to pass the data to the email and password. Okay. Multiple sets of data you can pass to this email password. Based on how many sets of data that are there in this example, this scenario is going to run that many number of times. This is called as parameterization or data-driven testing, whatever you call. And here this password. Under this, just press tabs. Let's give some spaces and all. Here, give some email a1@gmail.com. And here I'll say one pass. Sample password I'm giving. Here I'll say a2@gmail.com. Two pass. Here I'll say a3@gmail.com. Three pass. Like this. Okay. So 3 sets of data I have given. And this data will be passed to this email and password. Okay. So there is scenario outline, examples. Under the examples, we have multiple sets of data. And in the steps, wherever we need multiple sets of data to be passed from examples to these particular steps, we have surrounded that with less than and greater than symbol. This is the format we have to write. Now, let's auto-generate the step definition methods for this particular scenario. So for that, I'll copy this and I'll go to a browser and search for tidy Gherkin. And you should get this tidy Gherkin from Google Chrome extensions. And you will be taken here to tidy Gherkin where you'll see add to Chrome. Click on add to Chrome. This plugin will be added to the Chrome browser. Click on Add to Chrome. Say Add App. You see it got added here. When tomorrow, if you need to open this extension, you can go to this Chrome /apps and then select this. Okay. Open anyway. And now, whatever you have written here, this scenario, copy that entire scenario and paste it here. And now say Java steps here. It will generate the step definition methods for you. Copy all these step definition methods. And now right click under the same package and create a new say class and name that as login. Click on finish. And under that login class, you paste the methods you created. Pour the mouse on given and import this. Already the libraries for Cucumber, everything is added, so we are able to do so. And in place of given, I'm just having the asterisk symbol. And here I'll remove this statement. Rows also I'm going to remove. And instead, I'm going to write a simple print statement saying system.out.println, write I navigated to login page. Okay, if this method is executed, then this statement should be printed with greater than symbols. Okay, just to identify whether these are print statements or not, I'm just adding the symbols. Otherwise, that's not required. This step is very important. I'll tell you why. Okay, as you can see here, this step is implementing this statement in the scenario. That is, I enter valid email address, say email. Okay, having this less than and greater than symbol thing for parameterization. In that case, in place of email, what is coming? You see, circular brackets dot plus. That means it can receive any type of value. Okay, from here, whatever the data, it can be any type of data that is passed from email. Okay, this data will be going to email, and email will be passing that to this step definition method to this particular part, and this part will go into the email. Okay, that you are going to utilize in this method. Okay, system.out.println. I entered valid email address plus whatever the email that you entered, this parameter into the email field. Like this, I am writing the code. The email field. That's it. That is also done. Now, next step is this one. Remove this part. It's not required. This step is not required. Here for I enter the valid password also. Here also there is a parameterization thing with less than greater than symbol. In that place, you are receiving the data in this any data you can receive, and that will be passed to this parameter of this method. So we have automatically generated all this stuff with the help of tidy again. Otherwise, you can write it manually. Okay, you can observe this like how you are going to write and you can write it. That's also fine. And here write down system.out.println. I enter valid password plus this parameter value I'll be printing into the password field. After that, I click on the login button will be there. Very simple. System.out.println. I click on login button. And finally, this step. I got successfully logged in. Like this, I'll be writing the implementation of these methods. Okay, I'll be implementing this method, step definition methods. Now let's see whether this is working or not. This scenario should run how many times? It runs the number of times the sets of data are there. Here, 3 sets of data are there. So this scenario is going to run 3 times. Okay. Every time it runs, this particular email will go into email, first set of data, go into the email, first set of password will go into this password, and this scenario will run for the one time. The second time when the scenario runs, this email will go into this email, this password will go into this password, and the scenario will run for the second time. Third run, This email is going to email, this password is going to password, and scenario will run for the third time. Okay, right click on this and say run as Cucumber feature. Say okay. See, scenario, scenario, scenario. Okay, three scenarios. Email. When you see the print statements also got printed when I enter the email kind of thing. And password, I enter the valid password. One pass. Okay, the data is also coming. a2@gmail.com, two pass is the password. a3@gmail.com, three pass. You see, the same scenario got run three times. So this is called as this is how we can implement data-driven testing in Cucumber BDD, or we can also call that as parameterization. Okay, in Cucumber BDD, and for that we have to use the symbols known as less than, greater than symbols. Okay, in the steps, and along with the symbols, we have to use the Gherkin language keywords, that is scenario. Instead of scenario, we have to use scenario outline. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And along with the scenario outline, we have to use one more Gherkin language keyword, examples. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the purpose of examples keyword in Cucumber? Let me answer. First of all, examples keyword is from Gherkin language. Gherkin language is a language which contains a lot of keywords, and examples keyword is one of them. And Cucumber is a tool which can understand this Gherkin language and its keywords. But what is the purpose of this examples keyword? With the help of examples keyword, we can parameterize the test. What will happen if you parameterize the test? By parameterizing the test, you can pass the data to the parameters. For example, if you are parameterizing a method, there can be an empty method, there can be a parameterized method, right? So in an empty method, when you are calling that particular method in Java or whatever the language, you are not going to pass any data. That means parameterization is not there for empty methods. But in case of methods having some multiple parameters or one or more than one parameters, while you're calling that method, you cannot call the method without passing the data. You have to pass some arguments to that parameters of the methods. And this concept is called as parameterization at a general level. So the same thing if you want to achieve. Okay, if you want to achieve the parameterization in this Cucumber and all, right? Okay, Gherkin language provides a keyword known as examples keyword, using which we can implement that parameterization of the test. Because of this parameterization of test, we can also go for data-driven testing. Okay, by parameterizing the test, we can also implement the data-driven testing. So, how examples keyword can be used for implementing the parameterization of test, thereby implementing the data-driven testing and all those stuff? I'm going to show you practically. Okay. For example, here in Eclipse ID, we have one scenario which is already written as part of the previous answer to the previous interview question, where you can see we have used examples keyword here. And under the examples keyword, we have the email and password. For example, only one set of data is there. Just assume that in this example, here only whatever that I highlighted is there, remaining is not there. Just assume. In that, what will happen? This data will go into this particular parameter of this scenario step. And this data under the password will go to this parameter of this scenario. Here we have parameterized this particular scenario by writing this less than, greater than symbols and providing some name, right? Same name you see matching. Email is matching. Password is matching. The data under the email, under the examples, is being passed to email. The data under the password, okay, is being passed to the password. Okay, these steps are now parameterized. Okay, whatever the data that you are supplying from the examples keyword, right, under the examples keyword, right, that data will be passed into the parameters of this particular step. So to support the parameterization, examples keyword is not just enough. Along with examples keyword, I have to use scenario outline. Instead of scenario, I have to use scenario outline. Okay, scenario outline in combination with examples and in combination with the parameterization of steps. Okay, the steps of this particular scenario are parameterized with the help of symbols, that is less than and greater than symbols. Okay, so with the combination of all these things, we can achieve the parameterization of tests where the data from this data will be passed to the parameters and the scenario will run with that particular data. And on the top of this, with the help of this parameterization, there is one more thing possible, that is called as data-driven testing is possible. Instead of passing one set of data, in this particular scenario, you can pass multiple sets of data. If data is driving the scenarios, okay, then if there are three sets of data here, this scenario is going to run three times, each and every time with individual set of data. Okay, this is called as data-driven testing. which is also possible with the help of this examples keyword. Not solely, but examples keyword along with the scenario outline, along with these parameters, which were possible with the help of less than, greater than symbols. With the help of everything, parameterization of the test is possible. And also, on the top of that, after parameterization, we can also implement data-driven testing by passing multiple sets of data instead of single set of data. So hope guys you understood what is the purpose of examples keyword in Cucumber with the practical demonstration and all. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions, that is, what is the file extension for a feature file? Let me answer. The feature file has a file extension as dot feature. Let me practically show you this. For that, I'll switch to this project where we have the sample project. Under this project, we have created a feature file already as part of the previous sessions and all. So you see, this is the name of the feature file login and the extension is dot feature. Let me show you by creating another feature file before you. So I'll create right click on this test package and select new. Any package you just right click and select new, and you just select this file option. And here you just give the name of the feature file first. Let's say search is the name of the feature file. Now you have to give the extension of the feature file, that is dot feature feature. Okay. So every feature file will have the extension as dot feature. When you click on finish, the feature file will be created with some automated kind of text. I'll remove all this stuff. Now, in this feature file, you can create any number of scenarios. For example, this search related feature file, search functionality related feature file. So all the scenarios related to the search functionality can be written here. For example, I'll mention this feature and I'll say search functionality. And here I'll create a scenario, search for a, I'm just giving an example of the feature file. This is an example of a feature file. The extension is dot feature. Under that, I'm creating some scenarios so that you'll get some idea how does a feature file will look like and what does it contain. Search for a valid product. Okay, given I uh, navigate to home page, when I enter valid product into the search box field and I click on search button, then I should get successfully not this one. Then I should get the valid product displayed in the in search results, whatever it is. Okay, like this you can write in your own way. So generally the feature file contains some scenarios. It may be one scenario, it can be more than one scenario. I can create more scenarios, any number of scenarios I can create. Search for an invalid product is another scenario I'm writing here. Okay, so given I again navigate to home page, when I enter invalid product into the search box field and I click on search button, then uh, a proper message, then proper message should be displayed on search results page like this. Okay, some proper message should be coming because when you are giving an invalid product that doesn't exist in the application, and it should give a message like there is no product that matches the search criteria kind of message. There's nothing but that. Okay, so like this you can create any number of scenarios here. Okay, all the search functionality related scenarios you can keep on writing, and later you can automate the scenarios. So hope guys you got an high level idea what exactly is a feature file and what does it contain, and what is the extension of the feature file, which is the main question actually. That is what is the file extension for a feature file. The answer is nothing but dot feature, its extension. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions, that is, provide an example of step definition file in Cucumber. Let me answer. Step definition file is a file where you will see all the implemented steps of the feature file scenarios. Okay, in the feature file, there will be scenarios. In the scenarios, each and every scenario will contain some steps. Those steps will be implemented in this step definition file. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate so that it will be more clear for you. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where you will see this project. Here already, as part of the previous sessions, I created one feature file. Let me open this login.feature. Here we have one scenario containing some steps. For example, here this is one step, this is another step, this is another step, another step, and this is another step. These are the different steps that are written as part of this scenario. And we have to implement these particular steps. Where do we have to implement? Where do we have to write the code, that is automation code or whatever the code for these steps in this scenario of this feature file? We have to create a step definition file. You see here login.java. For login.feature, I created something like login.java. If I open this, okay, this Java class file, it contains all the methods, okay, where each and every method is referring to the steps in this particular scenario of the feature file. For example, I navigate to login page step in this scenario of the feature file is implemented here. You see, I navigate to login page is implemented here. This is a method which is implementing, and these methods are now part of this step definition file. So implementation of these steps of the scenarios of the feature file are done in this step definition file. This is a step definition file. So let me practically show you how to create such kind of step definition file and all. So here in the previous session, I created the search.feature file containing two scenarios, and each and every scenario is having some steps here. You see, these are some steps. These are some steps. Now I have to implement these steps in the step definition file. Okay. So for search.feature, I'll create one file, step definition file, Java file. It's nothing but Java class file. Right click on the package and select new and say class and name that class as such. Okay, search.feature. I'm just naming as such. Click on finish. And here under this class, I'm going to implement or implement the steps. Okay, I'm going to write the methods for implementing these steps, which are part of the scenarios of this feature file of the search.feature. Okay, how to do that, how to implement that. So I'll implement one by one for you. I'll show you a few otherwise, okay? So if it will take a lot of time for me to implement each and every step of these two scenarios of this feature file. So I'll show you how to implement few steps, okay? First, I navigate to home page step. I'll copy this. I copy this. I already copied. And then come back here and write down public void, paste it, and here write down underscore, underscore, underscore. Just gives that name, okay? Just fill up that name with underscore. There should not be any gaps. So this is the starting of the method, ending of the method. That's good. On the top of the method, you write one annotation. Here, which keyword is a given keyword? In Cucumber Java library also, we have the same keyword that is at the rate given. Pour the mouse on that at the rate given and import it from Cucumber Java library and give the circular brackets. And in that, write down in double quotes, just mention the double quotes, there is gone already. And you can write down starting of the method and ending, okay? Starting and ending, in between that paste whatever the step. That is, I navigate to home page, you just paste it between this is starting, this is the ending. Dollar means ending, cap means starting. Like this, okay? Now this step is associated with this step definition method. This is one of the method in this particular step definition file, and you can implement. You can either write the Selenium code or whatever the code you want to write inside this method, you can write. When you run this particular steps of the scenarios in the feature file, these methods in the step definition file will be invoked. That's what is the purpose of the step definition file and its methods. Okay, so for now, I'll not write any Selenium code, but I'll just write some sample statement. Okay, so I navigate to home page like this, I'll write. Similarly, you can implement other steps. Okay, you can go to the another step of this scenario of the feature file, copy that, come back here, write down public void, paste it, fill up these gaps. This is the name of the method. Let's fill up these gaps. So like this. For every step, you have to create a step definition method in the step definition file. Okay, the implementation of that particular step of the scenarios in that particular feature file are done in this particular step definition file. Okay. And at the rate, that annotation is nothing but at the rate when annotation. Just give that when annotation. Here, instead of given, you just put hashtag symbol. Okay. Everything will be imported. Give double quotes. Done. Now paste the thing, and here starts with you mention and ends with you mention. That's it. Done. like this. Now you can write a sample code here. Assume that this some Selenium code or whatever it is. Okay, that should be part of implementation like this. Okay, done. This is how we can implement these steps. Okay, of the scenarios of the feature file in the step definition class. Okay, as the form of step definition methods for each and every step, there will be step definition method in the step definition file. So hope guys you understood what exactly is a step definition file and how does it look with a example I have given that. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, what is the purpose of cucumber options? Let me answer. Cucumber options is an annotation from either Cucumber JUnit library or Cucumber TestNG library. So using this Cucumber options annotation, we can achieve a lot of things like we can specify the path to the feature files, we can specify the path to the step definitions, we can mention the tags, that is scenarios containing the tags which need to be run. Okay. So we can also mention the plugins and many more. Let me practically demonstrate these Cucumber options for you so that you can understand in a better way. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID where we have this project containing this, feature files and step definition files. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to segregate them. Okay. I'm not going to put this feature files and step definition files under the same package. Rather, I'll create separate packages for them. Let's say I'll create one package. I'll just name this package as features package. I'll move all the feature files, whatever I have. For now, in this example, I have only one feature file. No matter how many feature files are there, I'll move all the feature files under the features package. And I'll rename this test package to another name. Let's say refactor, rename. I'll simply name this as step defs or step definitions, whatever you want to give, you can give that. All the step definition classes or files need to be part of this package. Let's say you can give any names, that's okay. Now, under SRC test Java, I'll create one more package. I'll just name this package as a runner package. Under this package, I'll create one user-defined class. I'll just name this as my runner or test runner, whatever you feel convenient. You just write down, click on finish. The runner class has been created. And on above this runner class, I'll just write @run with, or the mouse on @run with, and import this from JUnit library. Okay. And here, put circular brackets and say cucumber dot class. Okay. And you see this cucumber class will be imported from cucumber JUnit library. Okay. For now in this project, we are using cucumber JUnit. Okay. So cucumber JUnit, from cucumber JUnit, this cucumber class got imported. Fine. Next one, under this @run with, I'll create one more thing, one more annotation, that is cucumber options. Okay. The question is all about the cucumber options, right? Cucumber options. This is a question. What is the purpose of cucumber options? So this is one of the annotation. Okay. Something means there is an annotation which belongs to the cucumber JUnit or cucumber TestNG. Both the libraries have this cucumber options annotation. I'm going to hover the mouse on this and import this @cucumber option annotation from this cucumber JUnit. For now in this project, I'm using JUnit. So cucumber JUnit I'm going to do. So provide circular brackets. In this cucumber options, you can mention a lot of things. Okay. In this cucumber options, you can mention a lot of stuff like you can mention the path to the feature files. Okay. So you're going to run this runner class. Okay. You're going to right click on this and run as with the help of JUnit, you are going to run this class. My runner class, you're going to run with the help of JUnit. Okay. That's fine. But this runner class need to know where the feature files are available in this project. Okay, they are not in the same package, right? The feature files are under the features package. So we have to specify the path where the feature files are available. I'll simply say features is equal to double quotes, give the path where this feature files are available. That is SRC directly under the project, under the SRC folder, under the test, under the SRC package, the sub-package test. Under that, we have this Java. Under the Java, we have these features. Okay. Under the features package, we have the feature files. So this is the path of the feature files. Now put a comma and press enter, and you can write the next one. You can specify the path to the not only the feature files, but also the step definition files. Okay. Where the step definition files are available. Okay, you have to give the path here. So how to give that path? So there is one attribute that is the glue. Okay, in the glue you can specify that, and in that glue just provide this double quotes, let's say, and mention the path under which package we have that. Let's say under step defs. Okay, let's see what will happen. In the step defs we have this. Put a comma here, and okay, the error is coming. So here, let's give this blue kind of stuff. Let's see whether the error will be going off. No, I think I have to mention. Okay, I should be mentioning something like this curly braces kind of thing. Okay, forgot. Okay. Put a comma here and press enter. Glue step definition, step defs, and after that you have to give. We can also you see just package name is enough for step definitions. You don't have to give src text Java. And next one is let's say which you see there's one feature file having one scenario, and on the top of the scenario we have @login. I want to run the scenarios which are mentioned with @login tags only. For that there is another attribute like tags attribute. In double quotes I can give @login tag name. So this runner class is going to run only the scenarios in the feature files which have this tag name mentioned. And other one is plugin. I think that is plugin, right? Plugin or plugins, I don't remember. That's okay. Plugin, give curly braces, then you double quote. Okay. So in the double quote, plugin, double quote, and give the plugin that is let's say HTML colon HTML report I would like to generate. So HTML, Cucumber HTML report I would like to generate. So I have to mention HTML colon. I have to give the path where you want to generate the report. So under the target, under this project, under the target folder, I would like to generate target slash under the target folder Cucumber reports. Under the Cucumber reports, I would like to generate a report with the name Cucumber HTML report.html with extension. This is the name of the report and this is the extension of the HTML report. Okay, everything we have to give. I think this is the thing. Let's cross check whether this Cucumber options attributes are properly done or not. Okay, so let me go to chat GPT or something and Cucumber options attributes. See what will come. Uh, Features. We have written the features in a proper way. Glue. Yeah, we have mentioned glue here. Then we have tags. Yes, we have mentioned tags. Then plugin. Yeah, plugin is correct. Done. Yeah, then a lot of other plugins are there, but I'm not covering everything. A lot of things are there. Okay, apart from we have monochrome, streak, dry run, many things are there. Okay, so let's not go deep. Okay, into that. This will be enough for you guys to answer. These are the major ones. So what is the purpose of Cucumber options means you can mention this stuff. That will be more than enough. Okay, but there are many other stuff. That's okay. Uh, Give an example. I'll say. Give an example. Okay, how to use the Cucumber options. You see features. Glue. I can directly mention if there is only one thing. You don't have to mention the curly braces. That's okay. That's what is the thing. If you have multiple glue things, you can mention the curly braces. Plugin curly. If you have multiple things, provide curly braces. Okay. For any attribute value, if you have multiple values, if you have to provide, then you see here only step depth is only one, but you have one more thing like comma something. Then you can provide surround this attribute values with curly braces. Otherwise, it's not required. Up to you. Okay. Whether you want to put the curly braces or not, up to you. If you have multiple values, put curly braces. If you have only single value, here curly braces is not required. Okay. You can remove that. If you have multiple values, because we have multiple plugins, okay, that we can mention. Not only this plugin, we have other plugins. So in that case, curly brace and put a series of plugins. Okay. So otherwise, this much is good. Now let's see whether this thing is working or not. Right click on this and run as JUnit test. Say okay. without any errors. If the things are working, then we are good. It has run. You see all the print statements in the step definition methods got printed. You see, if you go here, all these print statements got printed without any problem. Okay. So this is a, okay. All the steps got run. Okay. So it's working fine. So now you understood, right, what is the purpose of Cucumber options. In Cucumber options, we can mention the path of the feature file, wherever the feature files are there in this project. Okay. Not always under the same package, we have the feature files or under class and step definition files, right? In real-time frameworks and projects, we have to put the feature files under a different location. We have to write the runner class under a different location. We have to write the step definition files under a different location. But in the runner class, we have to mention the path of the feature files and step definition files, and which tags we have to run, which scenarios containing which tags we have to run. And it has to generate a report. We can see the report here. Refresh this project once. Let's see. Under that, we got the, you see, Cucumber reports folder got automatically created. Under the Cucumber reports, we got this Cucumber HTML report created. Okay. Right click on this and say open with web browser. It will open in the browser. Okay. The report will get opened in the browser. Okay. This is the report and everything got passed. This scenario got passed. So hope guys you understood what is the purpose of the Cucumber options. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is how Cucumber can be integrated with Selenium WebDriver. Let me answer. So in Cucumber projects, we have to write our Selenium automation code in the step definition file methods. But let's not go there directly. I'll show you practically in a step-by-step manner how to integrate Cucumber with Selenium scripts and all. Okay, in a step-by-step manner from starting from the creation of the project and all, we are going to go step-by-step. But the straightforward answer is here, simple. That is, we have to write our automation code in the step definition file methods is the straightforward answer. But how does that happen in a step-by-step manner? I'm going to cover in this session in a practical way. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where I'll create a select file, new Maven project. Let the Maven project window launch, new Maven project, click on next. And here it is retrieving the archetypes. Meanwhile, you can type this to filter the archetypes that are getting retrieved. Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. You'll get this Apache Maven archetype quick start, whatever the version 1.4 or more there, whatever that is. You just select that and click on next. And here you have to give the project name. Let's give project name as Selenium Cucumber Integration Demo. Okay. And you can group, this is a project name that you have to give an artifact ID. In the group ID, you can give anything like CID, whatever the short form I'm giving. Here is some package name you just give. Click on finish. In a while, the Maven project will be created. Post creating, right, you need to do some operation here. I'm going to show you. You'll get this kind of, nowadays you are getting this, okay, in the latest things, right? Earlier, Maven project used to be created directly, but now it's giving this kind of messages where you have to type Y. If it is asking you to type Y here, just type and press enter. And after a while of pressing Y and build successful, right? After this progress is done, the Maven project will get successfully created here. Okay, let's the process complete. Now expand this project. Under SRC main Java, you got this some sample package and sample file. Under SRC test Java also some sample package and sample file you got. Delete this package along with the file. Delete this. It's not required. Here also right click and delete this. Now say OK. Now here open the pom.xml file, which came by default. So in the pom.xml file, you need to go to something like dependencies tags here under the dependencies. By default, you are getting this JUnit dependency. Keep it like that, okay? So we need JUnit, so keep it like this, which is coming by default. Close this pom.xml file. Now go to the src test Java. Right click on this and create a new package and name this package as features package. Click enter. Now right click on the features package and select new and select file and create a feature file. Let's say login.feature like this, okay? Extension is .feature for the feature file. When you click on finish, the feature file will be created, but you'll get some message saying that application not found kind of thing. Click on finish. You see application not found, but feature file will be created. You see feature file is created, but there is no particular tool or tool or software to recognize this feature file, application to recognize this feature file. So what we have to do? In this Eclipse IDE, by default, you will not get that plugin. You have to install it manually. So click on Help and select Eclipse Marketplace and install a plugin known as Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin. So let the Eclipse IDE Marketplace load. Now search here for Cucumber, press enter. You'll get that Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin coming in the suggestions like this, Cucumber icon, Cucumber Eclipse plugin. Click on install. So the Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin will be installed in a while. Now just click on finish. The loading installing software, you will get this dialog, select all this stuff. Click on is accept risk, plus selected, will ask you to restart in a while. Now it's asking you to restart in a while, restart. Click on restart now, the Eclipse IDE will get restarted. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to restart. You see now it's restarting. You can see here, it will take a while to restart. You see the Eclipse IDE got restarted. Let's expand this project now. SRC test Java under the features. Now you see the feature file will got recognized. Okay, the feature file got recognized. That's why it's recognized with an icon, Cucumber icon. So open this feature file. Some default generated text will come. Remove Control A and remove all the default generated text and write your own thing. That is, give the feature keyword from Gherkin language that Cucumber tool can understand and write on here login functionality. And here creates any number of scenarios. For example, in this particular feature file for this particular session and I'll create only one scenario. Login with valid credentials, valid credentials, and here given I navigate to login page. When I enter valid email address into the email field and I enter valid password into the password field and I click on login button, then I should get successfully logged in. Okay, this is one scenario I have created. Now we have to implement this each and every step of this particular scenario. How to implement that? In order to implement the each and every particular step of this scenario, you may have in real time, you have multiple scenarios, but for example, in this session, I'm only creating one scenario and each and every step of this scenario I'm going to implement. So I'll right click on this SRC test Java, or before right clicking, right, I'll right click on this login.feature and simply run this particular feature file with the help of Cucumber feature. And you'll get this kind of error. Don't worry when you get this error. So error could not find or load main class Cucumber API CLI.main. Here also you got an exception, that is class not found exception. Okay, this kind of exception when you get means in this project, Cucumber is not configured. Cucumber libraries are not there. You only installed Cucumber Eclipse IDE plugin, but you have not configured this project with Cucumber libraries. So if you go to the pom.xml file under the dependencies, only one library came by default, that is JUnit library. Apart from this JUnit library, you should also have the Cucumber related libraries. So for that, open the browser. I'll show you how to add the Cucumber libraries. Open the browser and type mvn repository. And here search for Cucumber. Press enter. And you'll get this Cucumber JVM Java, and other where you will get Cucumber JUnit you will get, and other one is Cucumber Core you will get, and also if you see Cucumber JVM Java, here it is from IO Cucumber and InfoQ also. There are two varieties: Cucumber JVM Java, Cucumber JVM Java, but IO from IO Cucumber and from InfoQ. The latest one is IO Cucumber, so you have to go with IO Cucumber. Now first I'll go with Cucumber JVM Java. I'll open this in new tab. Similarly, Cucumber JVM JUnit, not from InfoQ, but from IO Cucumber. Yeah, let's open this in new tab. And here one more thing is core. Core also you have to take from IO Cucumber. Okay, right click on this and select open new tab. And now let's check. Now let's check. Here the latest version we have is 7.12.0. What about this one? 7.12.0. What about this one? 7.12.0. So I'll download. I mean, I'll go to the latest version. First, I'll go with Cucumber Java. I'll click on this latest version 7.12.0. Whatever that is at your time, right? You just click on this under Maven tab. Click on this. This dependency tags for that particular Cucumber JVM Java library will be copied. Come here and paste it. Now organize it well so that it looks good. Now the next one, after adding this one, next one is a Cucumber JVM JUnit from IO Cucumber. Go with the latest version. Copy this. The version should be same. If you are choosing 7.12.0 for Cucumber Java, for Cucumber JUnit also same thing you have to pick. Okay. Make sure that you have the same version. Anyhow, the latest version is same for all the three things. Here Cucumber JVM code also has the same latest version. Copy this. Come back here and paste it. Organize it well and done. Okay, now save this. All the libraries regarding this Cucumber J and Cucumber core will be downloaded and automatically configured in this project. You don't have to do much. Now configured. Now right click on this scenario of the feature file and run as Cucumber. This time it will run. This time it's not going to give that exception. Rather, you see when it runs, it says that none of the steps in this particular scenario are implemented. Okay, all the steps are undefined. Undefined scenarios are there. So, and also it's not only giving this saying that undefined scenarios and all, okay, steps and all, but it's also giving the implementation, how to implement, okay, all the method, the way you have to implement these methods is given here. Copy all this method declarations, copy this. And now, after copying that, now right click on the src test Java, create new and select a package, create a package, name this package as you can name it anything, step definitions of step defs, okay, definitions, click on enter and right click on this step definitions, right click leave, just create a class and name this, sorry, I have to select class, right click on this, select new class and name this class with the same name as the feature file. So login, why I'm giving the same name is all the steps in this scenario of the feature file need to be implemented, okay, related to login functionality need to be implemented in the login file, okay, like that, okay. The steps of the scenarios of the login feature file will be implemented in the login step definition file, like that, okay. Click on finish and login class will be created. Under that, paste whatever the expected implementation that has been suggested in the console output, right, out while running the Cucumber feature file. All these step definition methods, you paste it here, okay, from the output. Now remove all this stuff. These things are not required. Remove all this stuff. Make the methods, step definition methods empty. Here also, remove this and make the step definition methods empty. For the mouse and import this from Cucumber library, Cucumber Java library, import it. Since we added the libraries for Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, and Cucumber Core, right? Now we can import it from. So don't have to do for everything when and all. Just give asterisk here. You see errors are gone. Now we can implement the automation code. Okay, in this step definition methods, you can implement the automation code. How to implement the automation code? So in order to implement the automation code, you just write down. Do one thing here. Write down some Selenium automation code. Write down web driver. Driver is equal to new. Let's say Chrome driver for now. Chrome driver like this, put a semicolon, hold the mouse on this WebDriver and try to import. Not there. Why? Because you're not able to import this WebDriver because in this project, you have to go to pom.xml file. Under the dependencies, you have to add the dependencies of the Selenium, okay? For that, you just go to this same yummy repository and here search for Selenium Java. Selenium Java, press enter. You get the Selenium Java, click on this and take the latest version 4.9.0 as per today. When I'm recording the session, we have the latest version as of Selenium Java as 4.90. Click on this Maven and copy paste the dependencies here. Now click on save all and you see the dependencies library will be downloaded and automatically configured in this project. Still building, let's wait. 100% done, almost there. Let's wait for this remaining stuff. I think you can hover the mouse meanwhile on the WebDriver and you will get an import statement. Just hover the mouse on this. WebDriver. Okay. Let me open and close this once. Now hover the mouse. Now you got the import statement. Import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Also import this Chrome driver also from Selenium library. After that, write the script driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get, give the application URL. For example, I will take this application URL, tutorialsindia.com/demo application. Copy this URL and paste it here. And after that, you need to go to my account and okay, just need to go to my account and then click on my account and select login so that you will get navigated to the login page. So how to navigate to the login page? So to navigate to the login page, I have to click on my account. For that, I'll inspect this my account. And I'll create an path expression, copy this text between the tags and say Control F double slash span. Okay, text is equal to give this text. It's locating. It's located one element is there, so it's locating the my account. Copy this XPath expression. Come back to the script and write down here driver dot find element by dot XPath and give the XPath expression in double quotes here and say dot click. Put a semicolon, and after that, now after clicking on my account, you have to select the login option to navigate to the login page. Inspect this login option. It is a link text. Copy this link text. You see between the anchor text is there. Now here write down driver dot element by dot link text and give the link text locator and say dot click again. Dot click. Dot click. The semicolon. Once you click on the login option, you will navigate it to the which page? Login page. Right after you navigate to the login page, the next step is you have to enter the email address. The next step, first step you have implemented in this scenario of the feature file. The first step you have just now implemented here. Okay. Now the next step is the when step. I enter valid email address into the email field, and here we have to implement. I enter valid email address into the email field. So how to implement here? To implement this, I have to inspect this email address field, and it has an ID. Copy this ID. Copy this ID, and come back here and write on driver dot find. You're not getting this bit because driver is not accessible here. You have to make this web driver global. Directly create under the class, and here remove the double declaration. Don't forget to do that. Now, write down. Now you can access the driver here. Driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID locator. That is this one. Input email. And here I need to enter the email address dot send keys. Use some valid email address here. So I do have the valid email address already captured here. Downloads and let me go here somewhere and find the Excel file which contains some valid email address for which account already is created. So I'll copy this email address, one of the valid email address. I'm going to copy paste it here. The same thing can do that here also in send case command. And after entering the valid email address, this step is already also implemented now. Now we have to enter the next, we have to implement the next step, that is I enter valid password into the password field. Come back here. This is how we have to integrate Selenium automation scripts into Cucumber, okay? Cucumber and Selenium can be integrated something like this, okay? So this is a process. Anyhow, let's complete this and run one of the scenario after implementing each and every step of that particular scenario of the feature file. Whether these things are working or not, let's try to see, okay? I enter valid password into the password field. So here write down driver to find element by dot, here also ID, and give the ID of the password field, inspect this password field and inspect this, and it has an ID locator. Copy this, paste it here, and write down dot send keys. And here you need to provide the password. You need to enter the password. So already you have this sample data. Valid credential is there. I'll paste that here. Done. This step is also implemented. Then next step is I click on the login button. Let's click on the login button. I click on the login button. Here I'll write down here. Let's first give the password. And let's inspect this login button. So let's create an XPath expression for this login button. Double slash input at the rate value is equal to login. It's locating only one element. That element is nothing but this login button. Copy this and come back here to the script and write down here driver dot find element, driver dot find element by dot XPath, and give the XPath expression and say dot click. Done. So after clicking on the login button, I have to verify whether I got successfully logged in or not. So if I click on the login button, let's see whether I'm getting logged in. Yes, I got logged in. After logging in, I'll verify one of the options that only logged in user can access. If this option is displayed, if any of these options are displayed, I can confirm that the user got successfully logged in. So edit your account information is one thing I'm going to say. Inspect this. And here you see, edit your account information, copy this, inspect this, copy this. It is a link text. So I'll simply write down In the step definition method, I'll write down. Here I'll write the assert. From JUnit, I'll take this assertion. Assert dot assert true. Assert dot assert true from JUnit using or dot JUnit dot assert is coming. So I'll take this Boolean condition. This Boolean condition will be something like this. I'll write driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text locator and say finally say dot is displayed. Okay, dot is displayed. Like that's it. Okay, you have to write the code like this. Now we have successfully implemented all the steps of this particular scenario of this feature file. Now, after implementing this, I'll create one more package here, right click run new and create a new package. I'll just name it as a runner package. And under that, I'll create a class known as my runner class, my runner. And above the runner class, you write down at the rate run with. This is from this is a JUnit annotation over the mouse and import it from JUnit. You see? And here circular brackets you provide after the annotation and provide cucumber dot class. It will be imported from cucumber JUnit. That's okay. And after that, write down at the rate cucumber options. Provide circular brackets over the mouse on cucumber options and import it from cucumber JUnit. Now after that, write down the things like you have to provide the path of the feature file, features, where the features just let me find out the attributes. 1 minute. Don't remember every time. So cucumber options, cucumber options, attributes. Strike that, you'll get all the attributes of the cucumber options. Features, that's correct. I thought of cross-checking, that's it. Features is correct. Here I have to give the path of this where the feature files are available in this project. Under this project, under src Java, I have this feature file. Under the src Java, under the features package, we have that. So I'll give something like under the project, under the src, under the test, under the Java, under the features package, we have this feature file. This is enough. This much path is enough. The command now give say glue attribute. Next attribute you have to give is glue attribute. And here I have to glue this feature file with this step definition file. Okay, where the step definition files are there under step definitions package. You can directly give the step definition package name. You don't have to give the entire path. Step definitions like this you can give. Okay, features and glue. This much is enough for now. Okay, this much is enough for now. So I'll run this runner class. I'll run this runner class with the help of JUnit, and this should run the feature file. The feature file steps should run this step definition methods in this step definition file. Okay. So if everything works fine, we can see our automation script running. And one more thing we have to do here is after assertion, right? We'll quit the browser driver dot quit the browser. Okay, that's one thing we have. Automatically, we have to close the browser. So now run this right click run as JUnit test. Let's wait. It should run the automation script in Selenium. Log in with valid credentials. Should open the Chrome browser in a while. Then maximize the browser. Then open the application URL. Then navigate you to login page. Then enter the credentials. Navigate you to login page. Then enter the credentials. Login button. Verify. Close. Okay. So let's go to the JUnit tab and see that test got run successfully. There's nothing failed. Okay. Login with valid credentials got passed. This shows that it's passed. So this is how we can integrate Cucumber with Selenium or Selenium with Cucumber, whatever you can call. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, when Cucumber is used in automation projects in real time. Let me answer. Development projects in real time may either go for traditional development approach or BDD approach. So what is the problem in the traditional development and what is the advantage of using this BDD approach as part of development projects? Let me explain that first. So there are two things. One is traditional developments. Okay, the general development projects follow this traditional development. So if they follow this traditional development approach for developing the software and all, what is the problem? And there are some projects which go for this BDD approach, behavior driven development approach. Okay. So behavior driven development approach. Okay. BDD approach. So this is BDD approach. So what is the advantage of going for this BDD approach? And what is the problem with the approach, traditional development approach? In the traditional approach, the focus point is, okay, the focus point is how to develop the software, how to develop, okay? No matter what you are developing, whether you are developing the automation scripts or whether you are developing the software here, the question is how to develop, okay? The focus of this traditional development is more on how to develop. How to develop means how to develop it, okay? Which tools we have to use, okay? Which frameworks we have to use, which architectures we have to use, what is the skill set required, okay? What is the skill set required, how many resources required, okay? Count of resources, in how much time we can complete, all these things are how to develop. But this traditional development is missing one thing, that is what to develop, okay? So the more focus is more, the less focus is on. Here, I'm not saying the focus is not there on what to develop, but here the focus is there, but less focus. We cannot even call it as focus. So what to develop is, they know it, but they are not focusing it, okay? Here, they are putting less focus on what to develop, okay? But how to develop, they are putting full focus. The problem with this approach or development, traditional development approach is, so there is a possibility that if the client asks to develop a circle, okay, the development team may produce or deliver a square or rectangle, okay? So whatever the product that is expected is not delivered here, okay? Even though they are using some good tools, frameworks, architecture, skill set, and all those stuff, but still a wrong product is getting delivered here because the focus is not there on what to develop here. The focus is not much there on what to develop, and more amount of focus is on how to develop. But this problem is resolved in this BDD approach. The development projects which follow this BDD approach has this problem resolved where the main focus is on what to develop. Okay, the remaining all things will come later. Okay, all these things like tools, frameworks, architectures, and all those stuff on how to develop will be given the second priority, where the utmost high priority is given for what to develop. Okay, so the behavior of the application is given more importance. Okay, so for the customers to accept it, okay, for the end users to accept the software, okay, the focus need to be on what to develop. Okay, if the client is asking for a circle, the possibility of delivering a circle is high in this BDD approach, because the focus is more on what to develop. The all the different teams like developers, testers, business team, everything will communicate more on what to develop. Okay, they won't discuss more on how to develop, but they rather discuss more on what to develop, and complete process of developing, testing, and whatever it is there in this BDD approach following projects will be focusing on behavior. Okay, behavior of what the software is expected to be. Okay, what the behavior of the software to be expected. All these things are given more importance, and these things will drive the remaining activities like testing activities, development activities, and all those stuff. Okay, the communication is more between this business team, developers, and testers because of this reason in this BDD approach, uh, implementing projects. Okay, now you got an idea that why development projects have to choose BDD approach. Okay, so acceptance is important. Okay, acceptance of the software by the real end users is very important. That's where the BDD approach drives this project activities. Okay, fine. Behavior of the software will drive the project. Okay, rather than tools and all. Behavior. Okay, the focus is given on behavior, how the software should behave. Okay, that's the main point. So to understand this BDD, right, to implement this BDD otherwise, okay, to put it in a different way, to implement this BDD, okay, we use a tool known as Cucumber. Cucumber is one of the tool in the market, okay, which implements BDD approach in the projects, okay. If you want to implement BDD, especially in test automation and all, to implement this BDD approach in our test automation, Selenium automation and all, we need a tool known as Cucumber, okay. Cucumber is a tool which implements BDD approach in the projects. That's another thing. So you understood, right? When we have to go for Cucumber in real time in automation projects and all, when the project main purpose of the project is behavior, okay? When the project is focusing more on behavior of the software and giving the second priority to how it need to be developed rather than what to be developed is given more importance. Such kind of projects will use Cucumber, okay? Such kind of projects which are inclined to that kind of mindset where behavior should be given more importance, okay, while developing the software and all and performing different activities. Such kind of projects will use Cucumber in real time. That's the main answer I can give. And to automate the testing of the actual behavior of the application. Okay. So in such kind of projects, if you are automating, let's say, okay, if you are automating that functionality of the software, so we are going to consider behavior as a behavior of the software as the highest priority. In such cases, we need to use this tool known as Cucumber tool to implement that kind of BDD automation approach in our automation projects. Okay, to automate the testing of the actual behavior. Here, as part of this BDD automation and all those stuff, we are automating the testing of the actual behavior of the application. Okay, the scenarios that you are writing, for example, in this case, one of the behavior we have written here in the login.feature file. Okay, so you see, this is one of the behavior of the application. What the behavior is, user should be able to log in with valid credentials is the behavior. Okay, then otherwise the application's functionality cannot be accepted, right? Such kind of behaviors are given more importance, and these things we are automating. Okay, we are testing the behavior of the application. Okay, we are automating. Otherwise, in automation, we are automating the testing of actual behavior of the application. Here, this particular thing can be considered as a test case for testing the behavior of the application. Okay, and we are automating this test case, which is testing the actual behavior of the application. Hope you got the idea. And also, as a side effect of this BDD approach, I'm just saying in that way, but it's a good way. That is non-technical stakeholders like business or business analysts can also understand the work that is going on. Okay, if you are writing your automation scripts in this fashion, like anyone can understand. You see, in plain English, it is there. Not only the technical team, like testers or developers, can understand, but also the business team can also understand, and they can see through our work what we are working on and all. Okay, that is another side effect or another advantage we got from the major advantage. Okay, uh, of this BDD approach implementation in our automation projects. So hope guys you understood when Cucumber is used in automation projects in real time. The simple, straightforward main advantage is if the project main intention is to focus more on uh, working on the behavior of the application or testing the behavior of the application or automating the testing of the behavior of the application. In such projects, we use BDD approach, okay? Because the focus of the application is more on the focus of the development of the application is more on the behavior, checking the behavior and all, okay? Working towards the behavior or achieving the behavior what the end user needs, okay? In such kind of projects, as part of automation, we use Cucumber tool. Cucumber is a tool which implements the BDD approaches in our automation projects and all. And as a side effect advantage, we are also getting this additional advantage where even stakeholders like non-technical stakeholders like business analysts and business team can also understand what's going in the what work the testers are doing, what activities the testers are automating, because these automation scripts are written in a plain English. Okay, that's why. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. You can answer this in your own way. Okay. Hope you got the idea what is real reason behind that. With this reason, you can answer in the interviews. Okay, in your own way, in your own words. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, provide an example of background keyword in Cucumber. Let me answer. First of all, this background keyword belongs to Gherkin language. Gherkin language contains a lot of keywords and background keyword is one of them. And coming to this Cucumber, it is a tool which can understand this Gherkin language. Now let's understand what is the purpose of providing or using this background keyword. So the purpose is very simple. Let's say there's a feature file which contains a good number of scenarios, and these scenarios may contain some common steps which are at the beginning of the scenarios, which I call them as prerequisite common steps. Okay, across all these scenarios in the same feature file, they have the common prerequisite beginning steps. Okay, which are common across all the scenarios of the feature file. That common prerequisite steps can be moved under this background keyword. So let me practically demonstrate this for you so that you can understand it in a more better way. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have this feature file, login.feature file, but here only one scenario is there. I create a few more scenarios, let's say 3 scenarios. Scenario colon login with invalid credential. There is another scenario, credentials. So here there is one step, a prerequisite step, which is common. And navigate to login page. The same step is here also. You see, you can copy paste this step. These are again the same prerequisite step for the second scenario also. But second step onwards, the things are changing. Here I enter valid is there. Here I will say I enter invalid email address into the email field. and I enter invalid password into the password field and I click on login button. Then I should get a proper, I should get a proper warning message. Okay, like this. One more scenario I'll write. Scenario, login without providing any credentials. Another scenario. Here also, this first step is common for all these three scenarios. For all these three scenarios in the same feature file, that is login.feature file, the first is a prerequisite step which is common. Okay. In some cases, you will have some scenarios in the same feature file where first two steps are first three prerequisite steps of the scenarios are common across all the scenarios in the same feature file. Okay. But here in this example, only one step is common across all the scenarios of the feature file. And from second step onwards, the things are changing. So the prerequisite step which is common is I navigate to login page. Okay. I don't enter email into the email field and I don't enter password into the password field and I click on login button, then I should get a proper warning message. Like this, I can write the scenarios. Now, if there are some common prerequisite steps in each and every scenario, instead of duplicating this particular step in each and every scenario, what I can do is I can cut this step from here. And here I'll write down in the beginning a background keyword. I'll mention under the background keyword, I'll provide this given. Okay. From everywhere, from every scenario, you can remove that prerequisite step. So what happens when you run this feature file is first this prerequisite step from the background will run before every scenario. This step will get executed. Okay. Before this scenario, this step will get executed. Before this scenario, this particular step will get executed. So hope guys you understood uh, how to provide, hope you understood like an example of background keyword and how to use, okay, how to use it in this automation projects and all, okay. And Cucumber can understand the Gherkin language and this background keyword belongs to the Gherkin language and the purpose of this background keyword is to, okay, is to provide all the prerequisite common steps across the scenarios in the same feature file, okay, can be moved into the background keyword. So that this common prerequisite steps will be executed before every scenario while running the scenarios in the feature file. Before every scenario runs, these common prerequisite steps are going to run. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Selenium interview questions. That is, explain the purpose of different keywords in Gherkin language. Let me answer. There are several keywords in Gherkin language, that is feature, scenario, given, when, then, and, but, scenario outline examples, and background. So let me explain all these keywords of this Gherkin language one by one. Before that, what are the tools which can understand this Gherkin language? That is one of the tool is Cucumber. There are several tools in the market. Okay, Cucumber is one of the tool which can understand this Gherkin language and its keywords. So let's get started with each and every keyword that I mentioned here from the Gherkin language. First one is a feature, which is used to define a feature, which is nothing but a high level requirement. Feature is nothing but a high level requirement. So here we have to use feature keyword to define the high level requirement. For example, if I switch to this Eclipse IDE, there is a sample feature file. Under this feature file, there are some sample scenarios created. And before these scenarios are created, in the first line, I have used this feature keyword. What is the purpose of this feature keyword? This keyword belongs to the Gherkin language. And why we have specified this here? After specifying this feature keyword, after that, by separating that with a colon symbol, here you have to define the feature. That is nothing but a high level requirement. Okay. What this particular feature file is all related to. Okay. What type of scenarios, scenarios of which functionality you are going to create under this feature file. That thing you have to write at a high level. Okay. Feature is nothing but a high level requirement. You see, all the scenarios belong to the login functionality. So I can say verifying the login functionality in the application. Like that I can define. Okay. I can define this feature or this feature file with the help of feature keyword by writing some text beside that. Okay. This statement will define what the scenarios are all about in this particular feature file. Okay. Hope you got the idea. Now, next one is scenario. You see, for each and every scenario here, we have used the scenario keyword. Okay. The scenario keyword, after scenario keyword, you have to write or you have to explain what exactly this scenario is all about, what these steps are all about. Okay, so this scenario is all about login with valid credentials. Okay, so we have to define the scenario with this particular text after the scenario keyword. Okay, the purpose of the scenario keyword is to define the scenario. Okay, what the steps are all about, we have to define in a single line. Okay, so for each and every scenario, we have this scenario keyword followed by the text. Next, so to describe a specific scenario within the feature, we have to use the scenario keyword. Okay. Feature keyword will end with colon symbol. Scenario also will end with colon symbol, but remaining keywords like there are a few other keywords like scenario outline will end with scenario outline will end with colon symbol. Okay. These are the three keywords which end with colon symbol, but coming to given, when, then, and, but, they are not going to end with colon symbol. Okay. So fine, let's go with the given. Next one is given. Given is used to describe the initial state or precondition of the scenario. For example, here, what is the initial state to to test this particular scenario? What should be there? What is the prerequisite or initial condition? We should be on the login page. We should be navigated to login page and be there on the login page to perform these steps. Right? This is a prerequisite step. So before performing anything, any action on the application, whatever the thing that should be there to perform this action, that is nothing but a prerequisite. Okay. In this case, I navigated to login page is a prerequisite step. After I navigate to the login page, I can verify the login functionality with valid credentials, right? That such kind of prerequisite steps need to be mentioned after the given keyword. Okay. You see here also, I navigate to login page, here also given. Okay. User to define the initial state or precondition of the scenario. Next is a when. When is all about action. What action? What type of action we have to perform the testing? For example, what will be the action in this case? To check whether we are able to log in with valid credentials, the action point here is we need to enter email address into the email field. We need to enter a valid password into the password field. And we have to click on the login button. These three things are nothing but the actions. Okay. So when step will contain the actions. Okay. When thing will contain the action. Okay. What action we have to perform this testing? That is nothing but the when. But here, I can generally these three are whens only. Okay, because these three steps are all about actions. But instead of writing when this many times, I will write and. Okay, and I can write and. When I write and after the when, all these things will belong to the when only. Okay, as an extension. And will act like an extension. You see, use it to add additional steps. For this when action thing, if you want to add more actions, okay, if you want to add more steps into the actions, you can continue this when with and. Okay, so these three things will be nothing but action part. Okay, so given I enter valid email address into the email field, then this is also an action. I enter valid password into the password field. This is also an action where I have to click on the login button. Without this action, test case, we will not be able to perform this testing of this scenario, right? So that is when. Then what is then? Then is nothing but the result. Okay. So with this prerequisite, when you perform this action, what is the result you are going to get? That result thing you have to write here. Then the result should be, I should get successfully logged in. The result should be, I should get a proper warning message. This is nothing but a result. Okay. Outcome or result of the scenario should be written in the form of then, after then keyword. Okay. Then there is something known as and, which I already covered here, but and is not restricted to only when. Here also I can write. Okay. And, uh, I navigate to login page and the page elements should be loaded properly. Something like this. I'm just writing some dummy thing. Okay, don't worry. So here I can extend this given also. Okay, so these two things will come under the prerequisite steps. Okay, because I can add any number of ands after the given. So and is not only specific to when, but also can be part of given. After given step also and will come to add more prerequisite steps. We can add and after the given thing to add more action steps. After the when I can add and to add more result or outcome or result steps if I want to add. After then also I should get successfully logged in and I should see an option to edit my account details. Okay, like this also I can write. Okay, I can add any number of ands. And can be accompanied not only with when, but also with given and then also. Okay, that is what is and. User to add additional steps into given when then steps is and. Now there is one more thing, that is but. But is user to describe an opposite outcome. Okay, I should get successfully logged in, but okay, but some so and so, but login option should not be displayed. But login option should not be displayed. You see, opposite outcome or reverse outcome. Okay. You see, we this kind of things, if you want to write, we have to accompany with but. Okay, I should get successfully logged in, but something should not happen. But something should not happen. Such kind of steps should be written under but. Something should happen under then, but something should not happen under but. Okay, it's also like and but opposite. Okay, something should not happen. For such kind of steps, you have to write like for something should happen. After then you will write, or after then you will add and. For something should happen, you will write instead of and you will write but in case where you want to check where something should not happen. Okay, this should happen, but this should not happen. This should happen should go under then and this should not happen should go under but. Hope you got the idea what but keyword is used for. Okay, then we have scenario outline. For example, this is one scenario, and if I have to parameterize this scenario, instead of passing the valid email address like this, okay, instead of not passing, we are not passing any email address from this step, right? We are not passing any valid email, valid password from this step. But if I want to parameterize this, I have to convert this into scenario outline. And after that, here I will write down, say, email. Like this, I have to parameterize. Valid password, say, password, like this. So the scenario using scenario outline, I can parameterize to these parameters in this particular. These are parameterized steps. To these parameterized steps, I can pass the data. I'll write examples. Examples also need to be ending with colon symbol. Okay, colon symbol. Under the examples, I can pass the data. So a@b.com or a@gmail.com. Okay, second one. So here I have to give for the firstly I have to give this email parameter name here and this password parameter name here to which I want to pass the data. Okay, to parameterize the test. Parameterization is nothing but you see there will be a method without any parameters. You know, in Java or something, right? Any language, there will be some methods which doesn't have any parameters. When you're calling that method, you don't have to pass any data, right? But there will be some methods. There can be one or two or three or four parameters or more parameters in that particular method declaration. And when you're calling that method, for each and every parameter in that method, you have to pass the data. That much amount of data you have to pass. Similarly, here also we can parameterize the scenarios with the help of scenario outline. First thing is that this keyword scenario outline has to be used if you have the plans to parameterize this scenario, right? Then instead of scenario, we have to use scenario outline keyword. That is one thing. And there's one more keyword here known as examples. In the examples, from the examples, we have to pass the data to this parameterized steps. Okay. To this email parameter, we have to pass some email. A@, gm.com or gmail.com. Okay. Gmail.com. Colon password, pass1 and colon b@. Just for sample, I'm creating the data. Here, how many sets of data you want to pass? You can pass. So with this, with not only parameterization, with the help of scenario outline and examples, data-driven testing is also possible. Here, how many sets of data you provide, that many number of times the scenario will run. Okay. So scenario outline and examples are generally used together. Okay. Used along with scenario outline for mentioning multiple sets of data, for mentioning the data under it and passing them to the parameterized steps for the scenario outline type of scenario, which is meant for parameterization and data-driven testing. We use examples. Okay. So use it for parameterizing a scenario, we use scenario outline. Use it for mentioning the multiple sets of data that need to be passed to the parameters of this scenario outline type of scenario. We have to use examples keyword. Okay. These are the different keywords. And coming to the next keyword, that is background keyword. So here I'll be writing the background keyword, background, the colon here also. So this also will end with colon symbol. So there are few keywords which are ending with colon symbol, with few keywords which are not ending with colon symbol. So why we have to use background? You see, in each and every, there are three scenarios in the same feature file. In the same feature file, there are three scenarios. And if you observe this prerequisite step, which is common, you see, there's a common prerequisite step. In each and every scenario, there is a common prerequisite step like I navigate to login page, I navigate to login page, I navigate to login. Instead of writing this step in each and every scenario, what I will do is I'll just centralize it under the background keyword in the feature file level, and I'll remove this step from every scenario. Okay. So when you run this feature file, right, using Cucumber and all, this background is going to run before every scenario. This background is going to run. Okay. Before the scenario runs, the background step is going to run. Okay. Before this scenario, again, the background keyword is going to run. Instead of providing this background keyword in each and every scenario, I can centralize it at the feature file level under the background keyword. So hope you got the idea why background keyword is required for moving the common preset steps across scenarios in a feature file under it. Okay. So these are the different keywords of Gherkin language, which Cucumber tool can understand for implementing the PDD thing. Okay. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye.